Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. We're gonna do Frontrooms, Normalities, and Demonfish Dead Ahead. So we'll start with some pixel art, and then later we'll move on to some chiptune. Should be fun. Hang out for a moment while I copy the link into some Discord channels, and then we'll be ready to roll. See you shortly. Welcome in, Big Lumbee. Congrats on getting first, and thanks for checking in. We do have an ad break, but yeah, that's okay. I'm just starting anyways, so no one's missing anything. We're gonna start with Frontrooms Normalities, and then I said chiptune earlier, but I think we got all the chiptunes out of the way. Now we just need to test the game and make sure that Demonfish Dead Ahead is working. So we'll do that after we make one or two more walls for Frontrooms Normalities. But I hope you're doing well, Lumbee. Thanks for dropping in. This is the wall we made yesterday. Let's see here. And there's a chance I might do some VTuber, PNG tuber, pixel tuber stuff. One of my friends, Indiana Crones, is interested in a pixel tuber. So I told him that I'd hit him up with some comps and see what he wanted exactly. And then it sounded like he wants to pay me for it, but I think I'm gonna tell him that he can pay me whatever he wants because he's a good friend. Yo, working on PNG YouTubers for friends for the win. Yeah. By the way, if you haven't checked out Big Lumbee, you should do that. Lumbee is awesome. And yeah. Really cool stream. I need to make need to make my boyfriend a PNG tuber. Cool. Yeah, so Indiana Crohn's is like a plague doctor that wears tie-dye and juggles. So I don't know how much of that I'm gonna fit into his PNG tuber. Welcome in, Tanker. How you doing, Tanker? Thanks for checking in. Tie-dye plague doctor. Well, he wears a plague doctor mask on his like emotes, right? And in that's like his skin in the Sea of Thieves. I tried to say Sea of Thieves. That's not right. In Sea of Thieves, he wears a plague doctor mask, and he actually does tie-dye and juggles in real life. He also does this thing with, I keep calling it a cup and ball, and he told me what it's called like numerous times, and I'll never remember. But he does this really interesting thing. It's almost like a sport that you play with yourself, where he does. It's like yo-yo, except it's not. It's like a cup and ball type thing. It's like it's really weird. It's really weird. I want to know what that's called. I bet I could look it up. I'm gonna look up cup and ball. No, that's a magic trick. I don't know what it's called, but there's a ball. I'll never figure it out. I don't know what it's called. It's not a net and ball, no. Lumbie says, oh, I know what it is, just forgot the name. I could draw it. That's about as far as I could get. We'll do that. That'll be my warm-up for today. We'll draw it nice and big. We'll start with this background color, and then we'll do an outline. And so yeah, it's like this thing, right? And maybe we should do it symmetrically because it's symmetrical. It's like this thing. It's got a handle on it, and then it's got this other thing, and then it's got this other thing, and there's like things, and the ball has a hole in it and sits on top, and I think there is no string actually, and he like launches the ball off of this and like lands it on this, and then does some other, there's like these weird like little cups on these things. It's a weird thing. I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, the ball will go like end up on these other ones. We got the symmetry going here. The ball will like end up on these other things while he like does tricks and stuff with it, and he's really good at it. He was sponsored. He's got like a whole bunch of these. Thought you were talking about lacrosse. No, but this is so much more than that. No, it's like a juggling sport thing. It's like a flow art or something like that. I wonder if maybe that's the trick to finding it. I don't know, there's so many flow art toys that I don't think I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to ask Indiana Crohn's again. You know, it's in the Discord conversation. He told me in Discord, so it's gotta be in there somewhere. I just gotta dig through it a little bit. I'll find it, and then I'll get a picture of one in real life. It's in here somewhere. Apparently we talk a lot. But yeah, his tie-dyes are super cool. I'm gonna open one of those. So yeah, this is a tie-dye that he made. Yo, yeah, this dude is really talented. That looks wicked awesome, right? I love how there's so much white in it. when I used to do tie-dye, the best ones that I did had lots of white. I actually did one with these same colors, except mine was like lines going across. He's like way better at this stuff than I could ever be. I only did it like 3 or 4 times. I should just search cup and ball, because I know that's what I called it. No, it's not coming up. Maybe just search cup. Yeah, I did write cup and ball. Wait, he didn't say what it's called, but there's a picture of him with it. Or did he say what it's called? Wait, he's got a whole bunch of them. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bilbo Cat? I don't know what that is. Oh, these! I know these. Do you know what they're called? It's the hammer and ball. Yeah, is it a hammer? Is there a string? I think maybe there is a string. Yeah, there is a string. I see the strings. But it's not really a hammer, but I guess it kind of looks like a hammer. Kendama. I found it. Hammer and ball on string. That's what I looked for. It's called kendama. Kendama. Kendama, sword and ball, is a traditional Japanese skill toy. Nowadays, it's considered a skill, sport, or competitive discipline. Consists of a handle, ken, a pair of cups, serato, and a ball, tama, that are connected together by a string. On one end is the ken. On the one end of the ken is the cup, while the other end of the ken is narrowed down, forming a spike, kensaki, that fits into the hole, ana, of the tama. The kendama is Japanese version of the classic cup and ball game. And this is a variant of the French cup and ball game, Bilbo Cat. So you were close, you were very close. I think I might have had one of these when I was growing up. Bilbo Cats. No, I just had a cup and ball game. Mine had a cup. Kendama can be in different grips, and many tricks and combinations can be performed. The game is played by tossing the ball in the air and attempting to catch it on the stick point. But anyways, dude was sponsored. It's like a yo-yo or bolero. I don't know bolero, but yeah, it's a little like yo-yo for sure. But yeah, here's the Bilbo Cat. Let's see what the ball and cup. So the ball and cup game that I had was a lot more just a cup on the end. Like, it didn't have anything fancy on there. Anyways, he was sponsored. That's why he has so many. He's like really good at that shit. So I don't know. But he also juggles, and juggling animation would be a little easier. But honestly, I'm not sure if I want to go that deep into his pixel tuber. Well, a mallet, I know about these. Aren't these popular in Latin America? Oh, these are Japanese. Now I remember. Yeah, school kids play with these usually, but it's definitely an all ages kind of thing. It's like a yo-yo or bolero. He was sponsored by a kendama company. Yeah, he was sponsored. So he's like really good at it. He's done it competitively. But yeah, he'll do it on stream every once in a while. he's like invented tricks and shit like that. I think that's what he said. Maybe I'm making that up. Anyways, let's get some art done, and maybe if there's time we'll do that for Indiana Crones, because he's a super cool dude. I've been playing Sea of Thieves with him and he's been teaching me the ropes and all of that. He's been really cool to me, even though I'm kind of stupid when it comes to the game. I'm still learning. What am I looking for? A folder called non-RSB, and then GB Studio, and then backgrounds. Oh wait, I think I put it in its own folder. Yeah, Frontrooms Normalities. I was sick of having to dig through everything. And then backgrounds. And we've got all of these in here. So we've got the west, we've got the north. Let's open up the north. And isn't there a south one too? Or no, we just have the west and the north, huh? So yeah, maybe we should do the south one next. So we'll take this one and then we'll change it to make it look more like a southern wall. So we'll save as, and we'll call it south. With how long kendamas have been around, I doubt he's invented tricks, but I'll take your word that he's good at it. Well, I know people do invent tricks. I don't know if he's done it, to be honest. I thought that maybe that's what he said, but now I'm thinking about it. Maybe he said that he knows people who invented tricks or something. I don't. He mentioned trick inventions at some point, but maybe it wasn't him. I have trouble remembering little bits of conversations like that sometimes. Sometimes my memory is like a steel trap. Other times the details just slither away. I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to kill all of the normalities and just leave the room, because we made a duplicate. So we can just delete all of these. And the room we can bring back to normal here. So we'll just erase all of the weirdness that makes it unique. And then we can actually keep the floor, but we're gonna adjust it. So we're gonna get a 1 pixel brush and just kind of make some walls here. And that should be fine. We'll get this one out and just kind of fill things in so it's back to a generic wall. We can shade things later. Let's get a smaller brush that's bothering me. I'm having so much trouble here. There we go. Alright, so we'll do this like that. Probably do both sides. But the southern wall always needs a door because you go from south to north. And yeah, so we'll make a white, or I guess we'll start with the black because it doesn't really matter. That's probably a good size for a door, right? Well, that's kind of small actually. Let's make it a little bit bigger. That's more door-like. And then we can fill this in. The shading we can do away with. We'll add our own shading later. our own door, special door shading. But Lumpy, how you doing today? I didn't ask. Are you having a good day? Are things going well for you? Door needs a frame. Doors gotta have frames apparently. That way you can hang a pull-up bar on it, right? I'm just kidding, but you could do that. I would always be worried that it would damage the wall. Or like the frame falls apart and you just like fall down when you're doing a pull-up. But I have thought about it. Getting a pull-up bar. Alright, so we've got the door frame, we've got the door. What kind of door should it be? It doesn't have to match the other door, and that's something that I think is funny. Like, if you turn around, the door behind you has changed completely. So maybe we do like a big one, and then we add a handle on just one side. You know what? That's not gonna work. Gotta make it bigger. All these little pixels are getting in the way. Kinda looks like a door handle though. Seems at about the right height. I'm looking at my own door. Yeah, there's usually like a smaller portion on the bottom than there is on the top. But sometimes they're in like two panels like this. But a lot of times they'll have like another line going across this way. And then, or like they'll just be like two panels. I don't know. We'll just leave it like that. It looks fine. We could do the weird fingerdoodles here. Give it some type of geometric shape. And it's a door. All of a sudden it's a door. The handle could be light. The bottoms will be reflecting light from above. We'll do that to signify the edge. We can do that here as well. And then we could do that here also. But I think that we should use this darker color there. I don't know, maybe that looks kind of weird. Let's get the other one in there. And we should decide which way the light's coming from. I usually like the upper left. I don't know why. Just works well for me. Although honestly it would be coming from the other side because of the window. So maybe we should flip that. Let's flip that. Because this way is west and this way is east. Because we're looking south. So yeah. This one will be dark and this one will be dark. we'll give it the gap underneath the door. So we'll give it an extra dark line there. And then yeah, we'll do that. And then that. Looking like a door. Do that, and then we'll do oh no, let's do that one. And then this one can be that one. Oops. And then this one will be that color. It's a door. I'm gonna look at my notes because I don't even know what my plan was for this. The plan was to do another home/hell sign, which is kind of boring. We could just make it say hell and then never change it to home. So that way people are looking at it like, when is that gonna change? It'd be like a red herring, right? I feel like the inside should have things going on with it, right? And they should be like inverted because they're like sticking out or something. I don't know. Sticking out or sticking in or sticking differently. Let's try that without the thing. Yeah, that has that 3D effect to it. And then the sides can stay gray because that's like the mid-tone. Or I suppose we could try lighting it up. I don't know if we want it to be the inverse or not. I think we could probably just leave it though, because it's got the edges on either side of it. Okay, so we've got our door. We could do a coat rack, but what are we gonna hang on it? We could do another umbrella holder, but it's really hard to put things inside there other than tentacles, and we already did a tentacle. We could do something hanging from the ceiling. That might be good. We haven't done that yet. Like a lamp or something. A chandelier. There's a chandelier in the first room that I was actually planning on giving skulls, and it just never happened. So maybe we give this one skulls. Of course, skulls aren't easy to draw and make them look like at all like realistic or anything like that. But I'm getting better at drawing cartoon skulls, or yeah, like basically. It reads as a skull. It doesn't actually look like a skull, but it reads as one, and that's what's important. Now it has a beard. So we've got a skull. We could do a duplicate here and a duplicate there. And then maybe like a profile skull that's kind of like coming out of the middle. That's not a bad chandelier, right? Of course, it wouldn't emit much light. Ari Boobs, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Everyone should check out Ari Boobs if they haven't yet. She does art, has a fantastic stream. She plays games. Very cool person. And I may have talked her into learning game dev. Yeah, so we'll do dark on the bottom and light on top. There's a wild caterpie in chat. Something happened to this skull where it's not actually symmetrical, and I'm typing eyes in chat. And we want it to be at least like close. So we'll give that another go here. It was off by a pixel. So it looks funny. Oh. So I'm just going to redraw all the white on this side. And now the black. And it's coming together. Alright, now if we turn off symmetry, it still looks good. We do need the hangy bits though. So maybe we do like a circle at the top. That's not a circle. A circle at the top. And then something like that in the middle, and then something like that. I could take it a step further and put candles in. Maybe we do this on the normal layer. What if we redraw? Alright, I got an idea. What if we, instead of doing that, we'll duplicate it, and then we'll draw it without the skulls, right? So we'll just have this go straight across, this go straight across, this one goes, we'll just go straight across for now. And then we'll turn it into a circle, this, and this, and this. And we'll make them look kind of similar, but not skulls, right? So that way we're like tricking the viewer a bit. And being like, wait, was that like that? Right?
Hey, listen!
Welcome in, Eduardo. Johnny Manjura says, how are the normalities coming? They're coming along. Big Lumpy said, cater, huh? What, you don't know a caterpie? Cater pie? Cater pie? Did I say cater pie? Hello there, buddy. How are you doing this fine day? Greetings from Brazil. We're doing good. We're having a good day. Got my second cup of tea. And man, I was needing it. As after I ate my dinner, I was like, dude, I am falling asleep. Yeah. Have you turned me into a Pyrotoad? Yes, you have. The normalities are coming well, Johnny. We got only, after this wall, there'll only be one wall left for all the rooms to be done. And then there's like a couple extra little art things that I wanted to do. So if we take a look at it, this is the room we're working on. This is the wall we're working on. We've got these two rooms, or these two walls done. There's these two left, and then there's like 3 more art things that need to be done. We need the anything normal room, which just needs to look more done. Am I spoiling the experience by watching this? Not likely, not likely. Maybe a little bit. And then this room, yeah, we're just going to basically shade the walls and make the door have a frame and do little things like that so it looks less prototypey. Because this looks like something you'd see on the 2600 maybe, if it was bigger pixels. And then the U windscreen, obviously it needs something more, I don't know. I kind of want to use that, that scanline plugin and maybe do something that wavers across, and maybe use like the logo mode so we don't have to worry about pixels, because we don't need the pointer, we don't need UI or anything. So but yeah, we're not using any of the UI messages, like the dialogue messages, so we're getting away with using a few more pixels or a few more tiles than usual. Like this one has 200, so just like 8 over the 192. But yeah, you're probably, if you watch me play through it, that spoils it a little bit, but at the same time, there's over 40 different normalities, so you're going to get different ones than you see on stream, so. But yeah, all the answers are kind of given to you the first time you play through it, and it's basically a memory game. It's like a memory game. Welcome in, Wallace Lovecraft. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the check-in. 24 check-ins. Getting close to a month on check-ins there. That's a lot. I appreciate all the support. So yeah, I don't. Oh, and thank you for checking in, Eduardo. I appreciate that as well. Over a week.
Sensational save. Oh, spectacular.
We can save what we've done here. It's not a bad idea. So yeah, like the memory card game, you know, kind of like in Mario 3, right? Where you randomly pick a card and then you pick another card, right? Well, imagine that game if the very first time you look at it, it showed you where all of the matches were and then flipped them over, right? And then it was like, by the way, do you remember any matches? And then you have to like remember all of the matches, right? That's kind of what this game is like. It shows you how everything is supposed to be, and then it takes away one thing possibly each time, and you have to figure out if it did take something away or if it didn't. So right now the answer is almost always yes, something was changed, but we're gonna fix that later by making it a little bit lean a little bit more towards no, because right now it's like a 1 in 40 chance that it's gonna be no. So what we did was we made it so after 5 times, if you have 5 times of yes in a row, it's definitely no, which is kind of obvious once you realize, oh, the 5th one is always no. So we're going to have to make some adjustments on that, but I'm not too worried about that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make a 3rd layer here that works for both of these layers, and this is going to be candles, so that way both of them can have candles, right? And we'll probably do 2 pixel wide candles, and then I don't know, maybe this color. Gonna light the ceiling on fire this way. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe the candles aren't lit, or maybe they're like melted. I don't know. Maybe we turn off symmetry so they're not all the same. And this way, even if we have the normal chandelier, it still has candles. But yeah, I think we should, I don't know, maybe do something about these lines, because they look a little bit liney, as lines tend to do. Should probably have symmetry on for this. There. So we'll call this candles always on. And then this one is abnormal 1. And this one is normal 1. By the way, is it cool to post clips of our title screen BGM on GB Studio Discord to get some feedback? Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that. But yeah, that sounds fine to me. But yeah, it's important to keep in mind that the GB Studio Discord is like a certain type of developer. So the type of feedback that we'll get is, you know, it's going to fit that certain type. It would be wise to get player feedback, especially players who aren't familiar with Game Boy, because if we can get players who like Steam games to like our game, then we're gonna make more Steam sales. Yeah, I know it's not a perfect science. Yeah, it's not bad feedback. We just have to consider that in the feedback is all. That there'll be more, you know, hey, do this because it's a Game Boy, and you know, other people might not even realize that it's a Game Boy or whatever. So yeah, but we might get some good ideas. And honestly, the title screen, I drew it because I wanted it to like waver, and I thought it would look good animated. And the number one feedback we're probably going to get is that the title screen should be animated. And I agree with that. I think that it would be cool to animate the title screen somehow. If we can't do it through the scan line, it might be cool to do it through tile swapping, but that would be a pain in the butt to do. So that's why I've been reluctant to do it, because I'm either A, not sure on the art, or B, not sure if we want to animate it or if it'll look good animated or what. You know, I want to make sure that we at least have the art that we want before we animate it. But yeah, I also think there's a chance only like 3 people respond, so sample size issue. Yeah, that's another thing. It is a kind of a niche Discord. But yeah, if you think it's ready for feedback, then I can also, you know, put it in some of my places, and we can try, you know, getting feedback from all types of places. And by the way, sorry I haven't had a chance to listen to that new song, or to the changes. I think it's a new song. But yeah, I'll get to that eventually, probably on stream, but just hadn't had the chance yet today. But I'm digging this. Ignoring your pronunciation, crying, shake my about the Caterpie. I can pronounce a Pokemon any way I want. I can call it a Pokemon if I want. Was there something else that I mispronounced? I've always been one to appreciate funny pronunciations. Even the word pronunciate is funny because, like, you know, you could say pronunciations, but pronunciation is correct, right? You are damaging my brain. The real test is how you pronounce Blastoise. Is there another way to pronounce Blastoise? A Blastoise? Blastoise. 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 Blastoise? I don't know. I've never heard it pronounced any other way besides Blastoise. And Caterpie seems right because it's a caterpillar. Caterpie. Or Caterpie, right? Caterpie. But it's Caterpie. I like Caterpie better because like cutie pie, Caterpie. I get it, Caterpie, but that sounds more like cat pee than cutie pie. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Caterpie. I get it. It's canon. It's in the cartoon. They say Caterpie. I'm allowed to pronounce it any way I want. I'm gonna stick to that. It's subjective. I never claimed to be a Pokemon master, okay? I wonder if that would look better. Nah. Alright, so we've got our first abnormality. Or normality. We could do another cobweb, but then again, we're just like relying on things we've done before. But I've been running out of ideas for like this entire room. And the ones that I wrote down aren't much help. It's like pictures like on the wall, umbrella holder. Both of those ideas we've done before. Spikes, we've done that before. Coat rack, we've done that before. A couch, or like a sitting thing, we've done that before too. The home sign that says hell, we've done that before. They're all ideas that I've done elsewhere. Thanks for checking in, Easy Perp. Welcome in. Easy Perp's a game dev. They do Unity stuff and pixel art. Very cool. They stream. And they've been hanging out for a long time. I appreciate you checking in always. And yeah, we're making Frontrooms Normalities. We've got our first normality for the room. Thanks, bro. How's work? Work is coming along. Pyrotoad is nearly finished. That one we're doing some testing to see if we can get everything perfect for that. This game is really coming along. We've got 2 rooms left. We're working on one of them now, and then there's a few rooms at the end that also need art. We might make some more music for this game. There's only 1 song for it now. It doesn't have any sound effects yet. But after all of that, and maybe some game balancing, the game should be done. So I might have time to do colors. I'll probably do like simple palettes though, or something like that. But yeah, Easy Perp is awesome. Check out their game Aria Quest on itch. You can test it and give them feedback. I'm sure they'd be happy to hear about it. And check out their stream on Twitch. Give them a follow. They're a game dev. They do pixel art. Very cool person too. Yeah. So this game's come along, and then Demon Fish Dead Ahead is nearly ready for an update. We just finished the rest of the last of the music last night, and we'll be testing it later on tonight, and hopefully getting it to Infinite Metal, maybe even for tomorrow. Who knows? He usually plays indie games on Fridays. And tomorrow is Friday. I had to double check on that. Yeah. But this is what we're up to today. We've only got one so far, and I'm running out of ideas. We could do more of the same, but that's not very creative, right? More blood, more scratches on the wall, more cobwebs. I don't know. Maybe some of the stuff we should just put in because it's supposed to be haunted, right? And if it doesn't look haunted, people will be like, well, this whole room is normal. Even when it's abnormal, it's normal. So maybe we make some cobwebs that either stay or don't stay. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Oh, we've got a lot of cobwebs now. I wasn't expecting that. Also, this cobweb looks kind of shit. Looks like it's been there for a while. It's funny that it still reads. Oh, I did it again with the symmetry. It's funny that it still reads as a cobweb, though. Like, even though it kind of looks like shit. And then, yeah, I got scratches on the wall, too, because this whoever lives here is, like, a cat owner or something. We should probably be looking at tiles while we do this. I think we used this color before, actually. And yeah, I mean, we could do holes in the wall also, but whether or not we, like, remove them or not, like, that's up in the air, I guess. I don't know. We could do something coming out from underneath the door, maybe. Like, we could do another tentacle, we could do another hand. We tried a foot and that was hard. We could do eyes, but there's not a lot of room. We could do blood. Maybe we do more blood. We haven't done blood in a while. We'll make a new layer just in case we want to get rid of it later. Oops. I forgot that I need to go across the top there. Oh, and hit contiguous. I think that kind of hides itself pretty well, right? What if we, like, change the doorknob, right? We've got this doorknob. What if we, because this is like a really normal looking doorknob, what if we could, like, fit a skull in here? That might be really hard to do, but let's give it a shot. Alright, so we want it to be in the exact same spot. Oh, did we not paste it here? Alright, well, we need to paste it there. Alright, then we'll make a new layer. And we'll just draw it over it. I guess we'll start with that, but yeah, I don't see how we could make this into a skull, so maybe we stretch it out a bit. And then maybe we... It's not very skull-like. But it looks more skull-like than this. That would really mess with people. I think we should make it bigger. What if we just try this? It's hard because the line is like right there. I don't know, that kind of looks skull-like, right? It's got eyes, clearly. It'll be a hard one. We could even give it the handle to make it even harder, but I think if we did it without the handle, it'd be a little bit more fair. Well, I feel like it should have a lock either way. Of course, that's in the way now. Right, so maybe we don't do that. All right, we'll do that. I like that. We'll go abnormal 2. And normal, I can't spell it all. Normal 1. And then this one will be normal 3. And then I think the cobwebs and the scratches should be always on. We could merge them down with the room layer, but it doesn't really make a difference. Maybe we put some more scratches on this wall. And then I feel like it should have a hole. There's a milcery. Is that pronounced right? Milcery in chat. And I'm gonna look at... Wait, wasn't there a hole in one of these walls? Where's the other wall? Oh, we opened it and closed it, that's right. The west wall. Ah, okay, so I did things a little differently than what I'm doing here. So that's what I wanted to check. That doesn't look as good. Alright, we've got the hole, we've got the scratches. Oh, sorry, I gotta stretch. My arms are actually like really sore from yesterday. From weed whacking. Yeah, the weed whacker didn't come with a strap, which I thought was kind of ridiculous. But I found a camera bag that I had from like frickin' 2005, and I never carry that around. Also, the clip broke on it, so it's like really hard to open. And I used that so I could like hang it around my neck if I needed to, but like for the most part I was holding the thing, and there was a lot of weed whacking to do because I'd been neglecting it. So yeah, arms are sore. What's next? Guess we could do more cobwebs, right? I don't know. I'm so like out of ideas at this point, and there's still a whole nother wall. I guess we could do more holes. And then I guess later we could decide if we want to make any of them disappear, but I don't know how important that is. maybe we should not be wasting tiles like that and scooch it over. And then we could even scooch this in. So it's only using 3 tiles. Doesn't really look like a hole, but it helps that there's other like things that look like it. And that obviously is a hole, so that must be a hole, right? Maybe we fix this edge so it's not so sharp, or even cut it off. That looks a little bit more holy. I don't know, we could do like blood on the wall, right? And then maybe the blood doesn't go away. So that way, like when that blood goes away, you don't realize it because there's like a bloody handprint on the wall here, maybe. I don't know, maybe we can optimize this, but I hate wasting tiles. Stop it. Stop it. I keep hitting the wrong button. One, two, three, four, five. It feels like it needs something. That looks pretty good. But it feels a little high. Maybe we move it down to there. Or maybe it'd make more sense if it's close to the floor, right? Because, you know, how often are you like way up high with a bloody hand trying to grasp at the wall? You're usually on the floor when you're covered in blood and grasping at the wall. I would think, at least. What if there was like a mouse hole? Right? Like Tom and Jerry style? And then we put eyes inside the mouse hole, right? Oh, that's not gonna work. And maybe this should be on its own layer, but we can take care of that. This is still theoretical. I feel like this shouldn't be there. And then for the eyes, we could just do like really creepy eyes. What if the eyes are the things that disappear, right? Like the hole stays there, but the eyes are either there or not. I don't know how we can make them look more creepy. They look like flowers. They still kind of look like flowers. I don't think we're gonna be able to get away from the flower look here. I think they looked creepiest like that. Maybe we could do something like, nope, still too floral. Alright, I think we're gonna do that. So we'll just take those off, put them on its own layer, and we'll say hole always on. And then for this one, we'll put the eyes there, and we'll say abnormal eyes. I've lost track on the number. We'll have to figure that out later. There's all of these. So right now there's only 4. Then all those other things stay on. And I don't know. I don't know what the best option is here. Maybe 4 is acceptable. Some of the other ones only have 4. And it's not like they're easy ones. I mean, this one and that one, well, I guess this one's the only easy one. The blood on the floor might be easy to overlook. I feel like there should be like a welcome mat, but maybe not. Maybe they can't afford a welcome mat. I think this might be good, just with the 4. So we'll call this 4. Let's throw these always on ones at the bottom. And then we can merge them, so there's less to deal with. Yeah, so it's just the 4 things. And we got... Where's the doorknob? Oh, normal 1 and normal 1. We'll have to call this one normal 2. And then the eyes... Oh, there's an issue there. The eyes never got filled in on the room. Alright, so we turn off the normal stuff. And we've got everything abnormal. So we'll save it. We'll export it as room 3 south. And then we'll turn off abnormal 1 and we'll turn on normal 1. We'll export it as room 3 south underscore normal 1. And then we want the doorknob, normal 2. And then we put that back, and then we've got abnormal 3, so the blood missing. So that's normal 3. We'll put the blood back, and then we'll get rid of the eyes. And this will be normal 4. We'll turn them back on. We'll save it. There's a wild Diglett in chat. I had to stop myself from saying Diglett. There's a wild Diglett in chat. If anyone plays the Pokey Catch game with the Diglets. Alright, so we've got our rooms. Let's put them into the game. This is the southern room. Oh wait, we need to put them into the project folder first, so let's locate that. We got room 3 south, 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 south. Assets, backgrounds, paste. And we got this one, we'll put it to normal 3 south. Or I'm sorry, room 3 south. There we go. That's the one. And then I'm not sure, did we change these already? But we changed that one. We don't have that one. We changed that one, and we didn't change this one. This one's supposed to go to room 3 south. Hey, I caught the Diglett. Room 3 south is this one, so this one should have the group we're looking, or room 2 south, copy. Copy room 2 south and put that one here. Paste that there. Alright, so we've got everything we can have. We've got west, we've got north, we've got south, room 2, and then we've got east, but there's no variations of that, so we can just leave that for now. We can delete these and then copy this, paste it. There's 4 of them. Alright, so then we need to name them. Call it normal 1. I guess none of the other ones have underscores. Normal 2. Normal 3. Normal 4. Then we'll give it the right images. Room 3, normal 1. No, that's north. Room 3, south, normal 1. Room 3, south, normal 2. Room 3, south, normal 4. Room 3, south, normal 3. Right? 2, 3, and then 4, yeah. Alright. So that should fix those. And then we have 4 more variables to add to our variables here. So from 40, we'll go to 44. 44. Party far. Party far. 404 for party far. Alright, we got the party fars. I guess the next logical thing to do would be to add them to our comments here. Alright, so we've got 41. Room 3 south. Chandelier. Probably spelled that wrong. 42. Room 3 south. Handle, door handle. 43. Room 3 south. And that's blood under door 44, room 3 south. And that's the eyes. Eyes in hole. Alright. So now we need to come up with the new variations. So this one, we'll start here. We'll say if value compare with value, if variable compare with value, we want normal variation if it is less than, I think 40, right? Yeah, because we're at 44 and there's 4 of them. So if it's less than 40, then we send it here. Copy event, paste event. If it's greater than 44, we also send it there. And then we copy it again and we paste it, we put it in the middle. And now we say if it's 40 exactly. Oh no, we want 40, we want this to be 41. And then this to be equals 41. And then this one to be room 3 south normal 1. We'll copy it, we'll paste it. 42. Room 3 south normal 2. Copy it, paste it. 43. Room 3 south normal 3. And then 44. Room 3 south normal 4. So that takes care of that. We want to put it in a group. So that way we can easily copy and paste it. We'll name the group so we can easily understand what it is at first glance. It's going to be room 3 south group. Now we're going to copy this group. We're going to paste it to all the variations and remove the previous event. Alright, then we also need this one. Room 3 south, we'll paste it over that one. And then all of the variations. So this one here. This one here. This one here. This one here. And that one there. Oh, and this one here. Alright, so that takes care of those. Next we need this one to take us to the south, so we'll remove that one. And now this room has all the groups needed to add the art to it. We don't have the art yet though. We could test it, but I'm pretty sure it will work. Of course, we've had issues in the past, but I kind of want to start on this next wall and just get it done and over with. So yeah, we're gonna open up this one. We're gonna save it as again, and we're gonna call it East. Right, so we've got the southern wall, which has 2 corners, the northern wall, which has 2 corners, the eastern wall, which has no corners, and the western wall, which we've just saved over. So let's open that back up. The western wall also has no corners. So let's go to the east. We'll turn off all of the things. We'll destroy them. We will bring the room back to normal just as we had with the other room. No big issue here. Takes a quick second. And now we've got a blank slate for the eastern wall. So we can add a new layer. And the idea was to have more pictures on the wall, and that's something that people do a lot in those normality games. However, there's a couple difficulties here. Like, first of all, if we have 2, like, I don't mind if they're the same size, but we need the frames, and the frames can be exactly the same. That's actually going to help the tile count. But yeah, the inside of the images will have different images, obviously, and that's going to make the tile count bigger. So what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 by 6. What is that? Like 48 or something? 42? I don't even know. Times 2. And then we've got like 3 here, 1 there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, there's gonna be like nearly 100 tiles already. So there might not be much room for other things, is what I'm getting at. But we'll call this picture frame. And if we can make these all the same, that would be pretty helpful here. So let's turn off symmetry so we don't get 2 variations, and let's see if we can't make a pattern that is just like easy and universal. This might be it. That way all of those use the same tile. All of these use the same tile. And then we'll have to like duplicate this pattern on top. Wait. Is it different? Oh. The tops are different than the bottoms. That's weird. Surprised I didn't notice that. There, pixel off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So those sides are off too. Let's fix all of that. Okay, that's fixed. We'll turn off symmetry. We'll grab this, all of that. And then we'll rotate it. Oh, I keep not grabbing all of it. There's a Fletchinder in chat. If you're pokey catching. We'll just rotate that. Throw it there. We'll make a brush out of it. And then for the corners, we'll have 4 different tiles, but we'll figure this out. We could do, well, typically you've got like a dark line in the corner. But because of the way the pattern is, there'll be like a dark spot there, and that, and that. I don't know, maybe that does work. But it just feels like it's gonna be a little weird. Maybe that works. So what we can do is, I think we can just flip it. No, can't do that. So we don't want to do that. But we can use it here. And then we'll do the same thing for each corner. We got ads starting soon, and I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly. Hey, Cyfix, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I was just about to take a break, and we've got ads. But welcome in. I appreciate the raid for sure. Cyfex Aethermine. Everyone should check out Cyfex. They just started streaming not that long ago, so they're gonna hit affiliate soon if we give them some help. So give them a follow, and yeah. Lurk, have a great stream. Thank you, Cryptic. I appreciate that. But yeah, we were just about to take a break, so let me use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Just another minute. Alright, welcome back. Sorry about that. I need to take care of some stuff as well. I will return soon, no problem. Take care of yourself for sure. After stream care is important. And thank you very much for the raid. I very much appreciate that. Sorry that I had the break right as you were coming in. Sometimes that happens. Also, it's probably because of the tea that I've been drinking. Doesn't help. What are you gonna do? Tea is fantastic, and sometimes you just have to take a break. That's just the way it goes. Oh, I did it again. So we can't just do that, unfortunately, but we can bring it over here and do that. Good tea is worth it for sure. Although I was very disappointed that I'm out of the chai tea that I got. I really like chai tea, and I love Earl Grey also. Like, Earl Grey was like my first love as far as teas go. So definitely holds a place in my heart, but one day someone showed me chai tea, and it blew my mind that I'd been missing out on chai tea my whole life. I was in like college the first time I had chai tea. And I was like, wait, what? I think it was college. I have heard chai tea goes well with milk. Yes. I don't drink milk, but I drink oat milk and coconut milk, and it does the same. It tastes better, if you ask me, because it doesn't have that weird sour flavor. But yeah, it definitely is good with some type of whitener. That's what I call it, a whitener, because it's not a creamer if there's no cream in it, right? It's a whitener. It whitens your beverage. But yeah, it's not bad without it, but it's definitely better with it. Also, same with sugar. It's like you can drink it without sugar, but it's definitely better with sugar. It can be a little bitter without sugar. Something to remove the bitterness. Yeah. But it's not a sweetener, right? Unless you get the sugared whitener, which is a thing. And then it is a sweetener. But yeah, I think the first time I had chai, it was a chai tea latte from like a festival, and it was this brand that comes in a carton, and it's really good, but it's also like not the world's best chai tea. And like after I've had a few different types of like fancier chai tea, I was like, oh man, this is much better. I mean, it's good either way. But yeah, they put some different stuff in the fancier ones, and it's interesting. It's like a cinnamon based tea, but it's not just like cinnamony. I don't know. It's odd. For a while I did not eat added sugar, and milk started tasting very sweet. Interesting. Yeah, I tend to stay away from added sugar, except in tea. Tea's like the one thing that I'll add sugar to. And for a long time I didn't, but I sometimes I suffer from low blood pressure, and the one thing the doctor told me was that I need to eat more salt and sugar because actually sugar is good for you to a certain degree. Like it actually helps your blood pressure, and same with salt. Like people who have high blood pressure should avoid salt because there's so much in like everything. But if you make your own meals and you never go out and you always don't put salt in them, then you're not going to get enough salt, right? And that's the problem I was facing. So yeah, I use a little bit of sugar and a little bit of salt, and mostly just sugar in my tea, salt on my meat, and that's usually enough. Yeah, I would drink mango drinks for energy. Nice. Yeah, mango is fantastic. I like mangoes just like by themselves, but yeah, juiced mango is good, but I love it so much by itself that it's hard for me to juice it. But yeah, I used to get this mango puree from Jewel. What was it? There was a banana one and a mango one. I think it was called Lupa was the brand. It's pretty good. The banana one was better. Maybe it wasn't Lupa. Unless they changed their stuff, which they may have. I don't know, maybe I'm just making it up because I don't see anything for Lupa. Anyways, I remember the name was funny because my mom was making fun of it, and I was like, make fun of it all you want, that banana puree is good. It's just like bananas and water and some type of preservative to make it stop rotting, basically, and it was good. But yeah, you can easily make your own if you have a juicer, or heck, with the banana you just gotta mash it up. You don't even need a juicer. But you do got to mix it with something so it's like a liquid, otherwise it's like a solid or like a gel almost. I'm not big on fruit texture, so I drink the juice. Ah, okay, okay. I don't know what to put in these pictures. I've been running out of ideas ever since the start of this project, to be honest. And now this is like the last wall. So I don't really need any more ideas after this, but I need ideas for this. I don't know what to do with the drawings, with the paintings on the wall. Maybe we just change the eyes. I think that was an idea I had. Let's do a person's face. Maybe two people. Very face-like. Look at that neck. Look at that neck. It's like a weird pose for a two-shot. We'll use that as a starting point, maybe. We'll see if we can't get away with fitting two of them in there. It's a weird crop too. It doesn't help. Maybe in one of them they're conjoined twins. Although honestly, that's not that weird. I mean, it is kind of weird, but like it's not that like. I guess it's abnormal, right? It's not very haunted though. I guess that's what I'm saying. Maybe they're stitched together. That would be more haunted, right? I guess it'd look better if we don't use symmetry. Alright, let's scooch that up. How about a library have bookshelves? Well, we did do a bookshelf in one of the rooms, but there's nothing abnormal about it, as far as I remember. Which room was that? I think it was the first room. Oh, you know what we did? There's a bookshelf in the painting on this one. There's nothing abnormal about that. The only abnormality is the bat. Because no one has a picture of a giant vampire bat hanging upside down in their study. But yeah. You can have them look like necromancy times or grimoires. That would be a little difficult to do with how small everything is, unless you were like up close looking at one book. And even that would be hard to do without going over on pixel count if you wanted to make it look like a real spell tome. Fair enough. It is abnormal but not anomalous. So like if they're sewn together, that's pretty abnormal, right? That's my thoughts on that. It reminds me of this movie, House of a Thousand Corpses. I think it was Rob Zombie's first film that he directed and shot and all that and wrote. We're in the wrong room. No, we're in the right room. Where am I? Oh, I'm in A spray. Yeah, that is body horror. Yeah. In House of a Thousand Corpses, there was this like Dr. Satan character who was like only revealed at the end, but like they talked about him like at the beginning, so like, you know, anticipate, right? And it was actually a pretty good movie, to be honest. It was basically a rendition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but done in a very different way with very different characters and a lot more twisted. than Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which was already pretty twisted. Anyways, not to ruin the story, but Dr. Satan is making like grotesque like body horror things, creations, right? So at one point, one of the people who gets caught by the Dr. Satan group of people, they get turned into Fish Boy. And like half of him is like a sturgeon and the other half is like him coming out of the fish, and yeah, he did not live. But it was interesting. The whole movie was interesting. At one point, one of the characters escapes. I should actually rewatch this film because it's been so long. At one point, one of the characters escapes and like falls into like a labyrinth underground, and then she finds herself in Dr. Satan's waiting room, and it's like, and she sees Dr. Satan, and it's like, it's a trip. The whole movie's a freaking trip. As far as horror movies go, it was definitely my favorite when I was in high school, and then they made a sequel which I also really liked while I was in high school. So I feel like these aren't symmetrical, and that's okay, except that like it's not a good use of tiles, because if we make them look like twins, we can reuse the tiles, and that will alleviate some of the unique tile usage. Oh, I'm like hitting the wrong buttons here. We could probably even scooch it down and get even less tiles out of it. Of course, then we get the X's, so maybe we need to scooch them up, and they don't have to be symmetrical. Maybe we like move one over though, so it like, yeah, so it looks more natural. And then I don't like their jaws, so let's like fix that. Oh, I forgot to do this. Maybe we, yeah. So something like that, maybe? Feels a little bit more human. I don't know, it still feels weird. Put a line so you can see where one ends and another starts. Well, I want it to feel like they're wearing a shirt together, right? Like, cause they're wearing clothes. I don't want them to be naked. I want it to seem like they cut the shirt in half. Oh, all right, maybe a line will work. All right, so we'll do a line in this color. Oh. All right, maybe you're right. That works better. And then I don't know. I still don't feel right about their face shape, but maybe with some hair, it'll work better. And we should keep symmetry off, so that way they have the exact same haircut. I don't know. They should have like a normal haircut though, right? That's pretty normal, maybe. I don't know, they don't have ears. I don't know. Could even give them sideburns or something, or whatever that is. They should definitely be smiling. I don't know, maybe we can fit ears. I just don't know how to make a good ear. That's not too bad. Alright, so then we can take this whole face, put it over there, and I don't know, maybe we give their skin some highlights or whatever. They could be seen as mutants, so them being off is not a bad thing. Well, I want them to be exactly the same so we don't go over on tiles, right? But also they're identical twins. They're reconjoined twins, perhaps. I see what you're saying, that it would like help the realism nature of it. I mean the face shape. Yeah, so if they're exactly the same, then it'll be like, you know, better for the system, right? Because this tile is the exact same as that tile, right? And this tile is the exact same as that tile. So they're no longer unique tiles, right? But if we make them both mutant looking, that's gonna look kind of weird that they both have the exact same weird faces. But also keep in mind that we're gonna make a normal version of this where one is just overlapping the other, right? So we want the normality to basically just be these two squares, and everything else or the abnormality to be just those two squares. Sorry, I'm getting confused on what's normal and what's not already. So yeah, if that makes sense. They kind of look mutant asses. Yeah, they definitely have a funny jawline. I don't know if maybe like the answer is to like widen it here and then bring this in. Oh, I'm fucking it up now. It still looks weird, but like, yeah. I think it looks better. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not all that concerned about it. They're gonna look weird no matter what. They're like some weirdos, you know. Probably could have put on symmetry for this. Probably also looks better at distance. Yeah, so you're gonna be seeing it like this. So this gray, this dark gray on the outside, you won't actually see that. So it'll be a little bit zoomed in from there. So something like that. But where you can see the top also. Yeah, so something in between 300 and 400%, probably 350. I don't think you can get 350 though. Nope. Something needs to happen in the background. Maybe we do this dark color. Yeah, we should probably fix these weirdnesses. Then what we can do is take this, copy it, and then put it on a new layer, and put this layer behind it, and paste it. And we can actually fill in the rest of that. Not that it really makes a difference, but it might help. with what I'm gonna do next. So what I'm gonna do next is just like kind of use the spray can and do some noise. And we'll just do a little bit of that. And that way it looks like a professional backdrop. We went over that a little bit, but that's okay. And a little bit here. Yeah, that looks bad. So then we'll just remove this, and then we'll fill in their skin with this color. And then the shirt, the shirt should probably be light also. I'm not really sure on it though. Something like that. You need the stitches to stand out. Well, if they stand out too much, then it will be too easy, right? I mean, we could add like highlights to them, but honestly, that's kind of hard to do without that. We could add shading to it, but then that's gonna ruin the center line. I think the stitches might be good how they are. But yeah, I don't really like the background yet, so I think we're going to jumble it. I sure wish we could blur it. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to do it by hand, because it's just not doing exactly what I want. We want it to be mostly dark, and then we can just select this and then Control-Shift-I and delete that. They are with that shirt color. The stitches standing out. Alright, so this stuff here. Yeah. So I think I might keep the shirt color. It looks a little weird that they're like the same color as it, but I'm not sure if I even like any of this white being in there. It almost looks better without it. I think it might be okay.
There will be blood tonight.
we could give it this on the shirt. We could give it like a light edge here, but I don't think that actually helps. I think that makes it worse. We could try doing it with the dark, but I feel like that's just, I don't know. Maybe that does work on the arms here, because it makes it look like there's an armpit. Yeah, if we were to do something like that, it just makes it look like it's part of the shirt. It looks good. Thank you. I appreciate that. There's a wheezing in chat. Did you play the Pokemon game? Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't want the white specks to be like right next to it, but yeah, I guess that's okay there. Yeah, maybe some of these need to be like less orphany. Alright, one picture, abnormal, so we can merge these down now. We'll call it picture 1 abnormal. We'll duplicate it. We'll turn off the first one, and we'll make this one normal. So first we'll color in the shirt here, so there's nothing there, and then this one's gonna overlap this one slightly. So to do this, we'll just copy this arm like that, and then kind of guess on, that doesn't look right, kind of guess on how broad his shoulders are there, and then we can duplicate this and this. Yeah, and now it looks normal. Oh, this needs to be that. Also, I feel like this should be like that, and that, and that. Or like that. He looks a little chubby. But yeah, maybe his arms don't need to be completely symmetrical. Or maybe they should be, I don't know. It just makes him look chubby. But they both also kind of look chubby now. Maybe I need to go back and fix this on the other one too. It didn't look chubby when they were connected. Alright, let's go back and fix the chubbiness here. Not that they can't be chubby, but it just didn't look right. Alright. Something weird. Oh, I drew on the... Oops. I drew on the frame. On the normal layer. There we go. Okay, so we've got the normal and the abnormal. I think that's good. And now for picture 2. I have no idea what to do for this one. I tried to draw a dead fish before, but that would be too obvious. Oh, that reminds me. I never turned Discord on streamer mode. I'm so used to it being automatic. But yeah, I did a little research and... Oh, my buddy's calling me. Probably wants to play. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna answer this real quick. So sorry about that. My friend called, and we got to chatting. Tried not to, but it happened anyways. I cut it short as much as I could, but we had a lot to say to each other. Anyways, I still don't know. I still don't know what to draw here. We could do something that's always kind of creepy. That way we don't need to change it out, but it might be better if we do change it out, so that way there's more things to look at. More anomalies, more normalities. Yeah. Not really sure. Not really sure. Let's see. We've got the twins. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Not sure. Probably. If I talk about it, sometimes it goes away. I think it went away. Alright, so I'm having ideas like people getting their head squished by like an alligator's mouth or an elephant foot or like, I don't know. People dying is what I'm picturing. Or like in the grips of death. But maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe there's something better we can do. I don't know. Or a zombie, just like having a zombie. But that'd be kind of weird, right? Just to have a zombie. It'd be like, it would be cooler if there was like a normal version and a non-normal version, but maybe if we don't do a normal version, we could do some other normality on the wall or the ceiling or the floor, and it'll like, I don't know. But a zombie doesn't look at all normal, so like maybe something that's like kind of normal, kind of not normal. I don't know. I think I need some type of reference here. So I'm looking at Freak Show image search. And I'm not sure if I'm getting anything useful here, to be honest. Maybe haunted picture. Haunted picture. Well, that doesn't work very well. There's Dr. Satan. There's something that looks like Dr. Satan at least. Haunted photo. There's a picture of a girl drooling with like really wide eyes. Maybe that will do. I don't know. It doesn't really fit the frame. Haunted painting? The Anguished Man. Is a painting created by an unknown artist from owner Sean Robinson from Cumbria, England, claims to have inherited the painting from his grandmother, who told him that the artist who created the painting had mixed his own blood into the paint and died by suicide soon after finishing the work. The painting has been characterized as being supposedly haunted. Robinson uploaded videos of the painting to his YouTube channel in 2010, in which he claims to have been heard crying and moaning noises in his house, and to have once seen the figure of the man. In 2016, rights were acquired to make a film based on the story of the painting. Well, that sounds fake as hell. Sounds like someone's just having nightmares. I don't know. What if it's just like a blob with eyes? And then we don't change it. Or maybe one of the eyes is normal. I don't think that's normal enough. Maybe we just give people something interesting to look at. Infinite Metal, welcome in. If anyone hasn't checked out Infinite Metal yet, they should. They should give them a follow and check them out. Fun fact, in parapsychology, the term haunting refers to something like a perceivable recording that just plays the same thing and can feature positive events and people who are still alive. Interesting. I don't even know, is parapsychology even a science, or is that just one of those things? Do you got any ideas, Infinite? I'm running out of ideas. That's a loaded question. I guess it is. But I did read a book called Spook. Science Tackles Parapsychology or something. What, I think it's called Spook. Science Tackles the Afterlife by Mary Roach. Mary Roach? Mary Roach. I read this book, and she basically did a bunch of experiments and came up with the idea, or they basically said that no, there is no afterlife, that all ghosts are fake, and that all mediums and fakes are they're all fake, basically. The whole thing is like, oh, is it real or is it not real? But at the end it's like, nope, not one single case of real haunting. Everything is for money. And it was kind of an interesting take, but you could kind of sense their disappointment when you're reading the book also. I mean, ask certain people and they'll ask whether regular psychology is even a thing. Well, I guess you could question if the psyche is a real thing, but by questioning the psyche, you are having a psyche, right? So I mean, kind of answers its own question. It's certainly a field of study with standards at this point, with people studying things in it for a long time now. Whether you think it's all credible or not, it's a thing people do. Interesting. But is it a science? If we ask the AI overview, which sucks, parapsychology is not generally considered real science by mainstream scientific community. It's often viewed as a pseudoscience because it lacks robust, reproducible evidence and relies on methods that are not considered rigorous scientific methodology. And that's basically what the book that I read said, that pretty much all of it can be falsified or is an attempt to obscure truth. But yeah, I think, what was the Ghostbusters name? Bateman? Something Bateman? I always like that scene at the beginning where he's like telling the girl that she's clairvoyant to like try to get a date with her, and meanwhile the other guy, he's just like buzzing no matter what he says. I always thought that was funny. By the technical definition of science, it's also a science in that they have regularized system of knowledge that can indeed be applied to fake things too, but if we are just talking about terms. Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that any scientific experiment involving the paranormal always amounts to no evidence to support it. So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say, hey, you shouldn't look into it. I mean, the idea of being a scientist is to question everything, and I think we should question that. And I think there's things that we don't understand about psychology, and that would, blend with parapsychology. But unfortunately, we have no scientific way of measuring that. So, hey, you sure about that? What did I say? Hey, L's Dragoon with a party of 43. Welcome in, everybody. Get twerping. Welcome in, Puke. If you haven't followed Puke, you should. But also, you should follow L's Dragoon. Welcome in, L's Dragoon. Last playing software and game development. Cool. Yo. Welcome in. Tell us about what you're working on. Puke 7 Agoon. L's Dragoon, tell us what you're working on. Do you have a link for it? Because I'd love to see a link. If there's like a Steam link or a itch page. They are making an NES game that requires the Zapper and the Rob Robot. And the robot? Shit, people still own those? I remember my cousin had one, and he gave us Gyromite, but he didn't give us the robot because he had already broken it. But we still played Gyromite because you could play it with a second controller. Gyromite was actually kind of a cool puzzle game. We kind of do what Puke does. We do NES dev, 2-man stream, doing light gun game. Ho ho ho! I do have a link. Hold on, I never used it. Oh yeah, I love links. I love showing off other people's games. I really appreciate the raid. And also, that's awesome that you do NES development. I really want to get into it, but I'm dragging my feet and I'm reluctant to learn. And all I've ever done was a Hello World screen, and it's not very impressive because I just followed a tutorial. But it took me all day. All right. Rad versus Dragons. Definitely giving you a follow. Light gun plus Rob puzzle. Shmup for the NES. Hell yeah. Light gun and Rob puzzle. 1990X Hawaii, USA. The Draconis meteor shower. Dragons from space are raining down destruction. The president sends you, ace pilot Captain Keck Dakota, to the skies and beyond in your robotic aerial defense mech to save America and the world from certain draconic destruction. Rad vs. Dragons is an original 8-bit NES game from Studio Wall Jump, slow developed with all our friends on Twitch, Els Dragoon, every Thursday night. The game utilizes an NES controller in one hand, a zapper in the other, and a Rob the robot. While the game is best with real hardware and a CRT, it can be played using an emulator, and you can enter a code if you don't have a Rob. Well, that's awesome that you can use it without a Rob, because I feel like, judging by what happened with my cousins, they might break, and they're probably, you know, I don't think they're making anymore. I don't think anyone's making off-brand Robs. Master 3 unique stage types on your journey to space to destroy the enemy asteroid. Watch your Rob unit to achieve 255 max points on every level with RVD's unique score forward combo system. Oh, cool. Enjoy 8-bit music and cutscenes as the story unfolds with multiple endings based on your own score. STL files for printing armor for your Rob to turn him rad. Dude, that's so cool. I love that idea. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, this link isn't good as it could be, hardly showing anything off. No worries, it's got all the text, and it talks about what you're doing in the game, and I love the idea that you're telling us gun in one hand, controller in the other, and watch your Rob at the same time. That's a very unique thing. Very cool. Looks like you're getting into some Game Boys type stuff here. Yeah. So I've been using GB Studio quite a bit. I'm working on a Game Jam game right now. It's a reverse Frontrooms, reverse Anomalies game called Frontrooms Normalities, and I can actually show that off real quick. Let's see. Hey, that's more 6502 than I can do. It was like literally just following what they did on the tutorial. I was like, hey, and then I'll put my own art in the background. Like, I had this like very lofty ideals of what I was going to be able to finish by the end of the day. And by the end of it, I was like, I can't do anything that's not on the tutorial. I can literally only follow this tutorial, and I am stuck after that. And I've forgotten all that shit now, so I wouldn't even be able to swap out Hello World to write something else. Like, yeah, it's that difficult for me. I need to get some more screenshots or videos up there. Yeah, for sure. Can never have too many of those. LOL. Yeah, no one has a Rob. Literally, we keep pulling people. Yeah, I think they break, unfortunately. I've got 2 Robs now. We're going to probably have a Kickstarter tier to get one. Very cool. Very cool. That's cool. So this will run on a Game Boy, right? Yep. So this is the emulator that comes with GB Studio. If you're not familiar with GB Studio, it's really cool. It's a code-free, if you want. It's code as much as you want engine, right? You don't need code. Code is optional. And then if you want, you can actually recode the whole engine. You can eject the engine and recode the engine to do whatever you want. Someone's actually made an NES version of it that makes NES games with just a bunch of limitations, of course. And then someone else is making a Mega Drive version that makes Mega Drive games. So people are editing the engine to do other homebrew stuff, and that's really cool. But yeah, I'll show you the game real quick. And it's got music, so I'll turn off my background music here. So yeah, and right now it's a, you know, the DMG original Game Boy, so no color. But I'm thinking I might add some simple 4-color palettes. And so the idea is that this first day, it shows you how everything is supposed to look. And you go into each room and you kind of memorize what everything is supposed to look like. And then this room's not finished, so this is like a prototype wall. And this is the wall that I just finished. And this is the wall, or yeah, this is another wall. This is actually the one I'm working on right now. This is what I'm drawing in Sprite, and it's just empty in the engine. So yeah, and then after this one, you say, was there anything normal? No, nothing was normal, because nothing's ever normal on the first day. But now we're into day 1, and things are possibly normal. Everything looks abnormal here, so we'll move on. And there was a rat there that's now missing. So we're gonna go to the end. We're gonna hit yes. And we're gonna start on the next one. Yeah, exit 8 type situation for Game Boy. Exactly. But it's a reverse anomaly game, right? So in exit 8, and I've never played exit 8, but I've heard of it, you're looking for the anomalies, right? There, you go through relatively normal spaces and you look for anomalies. We're looking for normalities, like this coat. It used to be a string of skulls. Love that Game Boy music. Thanks. Yeah, I made it in GB Studio. It's got its own music creation thing. So yeah, we already know about the coat, but everything else is abnormal here. It only has one normality for each thing. So we're gonna say yes because it had the coat. Nice, I've spent some time in LSDJ. Awesome. Yeah, no, I love LSDJ. That's the tracker that got me into trackers, because I had tried with Furnace and was it Devil Mask and a few other ones even, and I wasn't able to get very far at all. I have a DAW background, right? I started with like Cool Edit and Acid Pro like way back in like as early as the 90s, like 99 I think I started using DAWs, and I've been using them ever since. I use Ableton now, and I do make some, you know, fake bit in Ableton, but now after LSDJ I finally got like a retro handheld. Someone stole my Game Boy Color back when I was a kid, and I never got it back, unfortunately. And my DMG. I had a DMG and a Game Boy Color, and they were stolen. Never got them back. So yeah, now I got a Miu Mini, and I put LSDJ on there, and I've been making beats on there and making music on there, and nothing spectacular. I'm still learning, but it definitely broke me in. And then this engine, if we make this small, it has its own tracker. And what's cool about this tracker is that it's got a piano roll as well as the tracker, right? So you can literally see what you've done and like how it would work on a tracker, even though you might have made it on the piano roll, or vice versa. So I use both. Mostly I use the piano roll, but I do use the tracker from time to time, mostly for copy pasting and that stuff. But yeah, it's a really unique setup. Same, I use Fami Studio now. It's a lot more graphical. Nice, yeah, Fami Studio is like all piano roll, so it's much nicer. Interesting. I want to say that I tried Fami Studio, but maybe it was a different NES tracker. Cause isn't there like a different one? Is there 2 NES trackers? I'm trying to remember. I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't able to get very far, so maybe I should try Family Tracker. So this one's missing the machete. It's easy for me because I know all the normalities, because I drew them all. But yeah, this is for the GB Compo 2025, and there's no chalk line here, so that's an easy one. And the game isn't too difficult right now. I'm thinking about putting in difficulties to add more days. Like right now it says of 10. Maybe we'll do like 15 or 20 for different difficulties. I think Family Studio is built on Family Tracker. Okay, that's where it was, because I was like, I've played with Family Tracker, but I haven't played Family Studio. Puke7 says, I think Family Studio has a more refined file type, but it can export Family Tracker files. Ah, okay. That's very cool. Yeah, I definitely need to take a closer look at Family Studio. Because piano roll is definitely what like I grew up with. You know, and like for a while there I was playing with FL Studio, and at one point I was using LMMS, and yeah, Ableton is really kind of what I prefer. But obviously you can't make Game Boy games or NES games music with that. So this one's an interesting one. I just made this one today. The skull is normal. Right, that's abnormal. That's not yeah. So this is normal. Or this it's abnormal, which is what it's supposed to be. I don't know what the thing is on this one, if I'm being honest. Maybe there's not one on this one. Okay, I have a very shallow understanding of a lot of bits of the development. My friend who does the ASM is the one between us who actually knows what's going on. I just learn the tools until they get to the finish line. Does it ever change into a different abnormal thing? So no, it's always the same, because I didn't want to like confuse players too much on like what was normal and what wasn't normal. I'm gonna say no though, because I didn't see anything. Oh, I got it right. But yeah. So, Ellis Dragoon, do you do the art then? Is that where your focus lies? Art and music, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a background in art, but I've been slowly but surely picking up programming more and more. I graduated in 2009 with a degree in 3D modeling and animation, and no one was hiring that year. It was oh, the chandelier is normal. That's a new one. It should have skulls. Yeah, so no one was hiring because the 2008 thing was still kind of going on in 2009. Where did I graduate from? The American Academy of Art in Chicago. So unfortunately, it actually just closed after being open for like 101 years or something like that. And yeah, a lot of alumnus that are quite famous went to that school. One of the, I can never remember which one, but one of the creators of Mortal Kombat went there. This artist, Tom DuBois, who did like the Konami, a lot of the Konami box art, like Contra 3, Super Castlevania, Nemesis, Turtles in Time, Bayou Billy, yeah, so a lot of those were done by Tom DuBois, who went to my school as well. He also worked for Disney. It's Kanye West went there, which is really weird. He didn't even graduate from there. They're just like throwing him in there because he's famous. Because he went to like the art school that was across the street, also the Art Institute of Chicago. And I think he went to Columbia as well. I think he went to all 3 of the art schools because he's just like super rich apparently. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was one or the other. I can't remember. A lot of old people. Gordon Sunbloom, I think is his name, who did the Coca-Cola Santa Claus cans. He did that, and he also did like a famous sunblock commercial. And I don't know, a lot of artists. I didn't see anything. Oh, I can't go back. We'll say no. Oh, I was wrong. I missed something. Now I'm back at 0. So yeah, you can see that the game isn't super easy, but it's also not super difficult. So yeah, we'll definitely need to balance it some more. Once we do things, once we get all the art in. But yeah, so for this one, we've got, like, I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. I think I was just making something that doesn't change. But on this one, you've got reconjoined twins, and then you've got just regular twins, right? So like the normality is very slight. But, you know, you may or may not notice that they're no longer reconjoined twins, or maybe you didn't notice that they were stitched together the first time, you know, so kind of try to trick people in a fair way. But yeah, for this one, I was just thinking maybe draw something that's just interesting to look at and just kind of take people's attention away. Lord Sploof, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, I'm good. How are you? We're doing great. Just got an awesome raid by L's Dragoon, an NES developer, and we were just kind of showing off what we've been working on. And yeah, so there's a few projects that I've been working on. I've been working on this one, another one called Demonfish Dead Ahead, and then also Pyrotoad, which is why I'm a flaming toad right now. And Pyrotoad is for Game Boy Color. That was my first Game Boy Color game. Well, it's not done yet. And Johnny Manjiro designed that one, so that's like a team project. A lot of what I do is solo, but I do teamwork on occasion. And yeah, so Johnny and I have been doing the music together, and then I've been doing the art. Johnny did the design, and we've been kind of just kind of fleshing out the game together in terms of like theme and concept and stuff like that. But yeah, that's coming along well as well. That's we've been testing it with streamers and then fixing things, and it's in this cycle of iteration at this point. And yeah, but I very much appreciate the raid, L's Dragoon, but if you need to go or do anything, I totally understand. I very much appreciate it though. So yeah, we're going to copy this eyeball and put it into the other eye sockets here, because I think that might be interesting. Kind of like a Doom art type vibe. And I was thinking it might be cool to hide like a normal eye in there, but I don't know how I would do that. So I think we're just gonna make it something interesting to look at. Not everything has to be an anomaly or a normality rather. We can make some things that are just always anomalous. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Game Boy. You know, I had one when I was growing up. I had both the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. I played a whole lot of Tetris. I played a whole lot of Game Boy Camera. and I really liked making music on the Game Boy camera. That was one of my favorite things. I really miss having the Game Boy camera. Sometimes I think about repurchasing some of that stuff, but I know the cost is kind of high, and I'm not really making a whole lot of money right now. I'm a freelancer, so right now making games is my only job. Every once in a while I'll do mods for a YouTuber, but that's very part-time. I may get like a real part-time job at some point, depending on, you know, what's going on. But yeah, I would like to eventually put a price tag on some of my games. So Pyrotoad will have a price tag. I'm thinking once Demon Fish Dead Ahead gets fully tested and with this new update, I might make a Steam version of that. That one's a spooky fishing JRPG, which is kind of a lot of fun, actually. I've been playing it myself, and then other people have been playing it and telling me that they like it. So it's been getting updated because of that. There was a while where I was fighting some big bugs in it, and that was difficult for me because I really liked the game, but at the same time it was too buggy to like really promote. And now I've been so busy with Pyrotoad stuff that I haven't really had a chance to promote it, and then I just went right into the update. So hopefully people like what I've done with it, and I'll probably sell it for like $5 or something like that, and then probably put it on sale for like $2.50 or something like that right away, so that way it looks, you know, more appetizing, right? But it's not a super small game. I mean, it's a Game Boy game, so it's not super big either. I think one of my streamer friends beat it in about 3 or 4 hours, I think. Maybe it was only 2.5 hours or so. But I pretty much doubled the size of the game with this update, so it wouldn't surprise me if it takes quite a bit longer. I think we can fit one more eye. But Puke7, if you were the one that guided that raid, I very much appreciate that. I do think I follow Els Dragoon. But I've been streaming so much lately that it's hard to... Yeah, I definitely follow Els Dragoon. I've been streaming so much lately that it's been hard to get on other people's streams. You just, you know, run out of time. It's things, you know, got things to do, and then all of a sudden it's time to stream. But I did take a break the other day. Caught some people's streams that way. Yo, Hypnotic Games, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Did I miss someone earlier? Oh, Els Dragoon, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Yeah, I've been streaming nearly every day. Sometimes I'll take a break, but been trying to do it. Sometimes I'll be doing Pyrotoad, and then a lot of times I've been getting 2 or even all 3 of the games that I'm working on in, and I've got some back burner games that I really need to get to. So after I finish this one, which is actually getting pretty close to completion, Pyrotoad, and the Demon Fish Dead Ahead update, I'll be working on Retro Spaceball, which is a Unity game. I'm actually planning on rebranding it to Blast Orb. So I'll probably be doing a lot of rebranding and making new logo and new press materials and that type of stuff. And then Source Hack, which is another Game Boy game. It's a hacking themed puzzle RPG kind of game with like a whole lot of different mechanics. Just kind of testing what GB Studio can do and how much I can fit into it and how big of a game I can make, kind of thing. It was actually my first GB Studio game, and yeah, so I've been kind of going back to it and updating it, and I'm actually sitting on an update right now that just needs to be tested and debugged. But yeah, it's got like a JRPG vibe, but there's no like JRPG fights. There are action RPG fights in some parts, but not all of it. And then a lot of puzzles. There's like, you use a computer at points and you know, do these little hacking mini games, which are very, very, very loosely based on hacking. So basically not at all based on hacking, but you're like, it's like pretend hack, right? But I thought it was funny, and I got creative with it, and it kind of fits, since like a Game Boy, you know, you can't really do that much on it, but like to pretend like you're hacking on a Game Boy, I think is kind of cute. So that was the plan with that one, and it started as a game jam. I did like the first 10 levels for the game jam, and put it up, started getting feedback on it, and then I added a couple more, and now I'm sitting on a couple more, and it's starting to feel less like a linear like levels 1 through 12 kind of thing. It's starting to feel more like an open world where you can like start doing things out of order and exploring the world, just kind of for the sake of exploring. And that was actually always the plan. Even in the game jam version, it starts to do that towards the end, like, because there's this like city, and it's like a pretty big city for a Game Boy. It's like the biggest I could make it using GB Studio, and so you go through the city, and it very quickly just cuts you off from this massive map. You're like, oh, I gotta go indoors, and then you go indoors, and it's like, oh, I gotta use the computer, and then there's like a world inside the computer, and so like you kind of forget about this like this massive city, but then you get kicked out of the computer world, and you have to like go through the apartment, and you're locked out of the way you came in, so you have to go a different way, and then you're sent down this linear path. Then you end up going through the sewers by level 10 or by level 9, and then for level 10 you get stuck in the wasteland outside the city, so there's like another massive map that you have to traverse, and it's like a puzzle to find. It's like a collectathon. I say puzzle, but it's more of a collectathon. And that particular level is kind of maze-like. I actually ended up, because it was very maze-like, and now I kind of fixed it so it's not so mazy, because people hate mazes. But yeah, I've kind of added some mazes to Demon Fish Dead Ahead also. I'm not even like a big maze person myself, but it's kind of funny to me that like that's something that I end up doing. I try not to resort to mazes, but like it sometimes happens. So if we turn off the grid, it looks kind of cool. I feel like we could probably add some more like just like specks of white, just to add some more texture to it, and maybe specks of black as well. But yeah, I'm big on co-work streams, right? I like to watch other people while I work, and so I don't mind at all if people lurk and just watch and that type of thing, because I do that all the time. I've actually got other people's streams open right now at the moment, but we do have an ad break, so we'll take that ad break, and we'll be back shortly. But thank you for hanging out during the ads. Alright, I used the ad break to get myself some water. And, yeah. Throat was getting a little dry. This reminds me of a texture from Worms. By the way, welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, so I don't know if any of you have played Worms Armageddon, but there's like, you can choose the textures on some of the levels, or some of them just have textures. Anyways, this is apparently vaguely based on one of the alien textures for the levels. I didn't realize what I was doing until I had finished, but that's what we've done here, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, I don't think there's any way to make this normal without it being like really, really obvious. So I think we'll keep it abnormal. But yeah, give the players something interesting to look at, so they're not just like looking for anomalies or normalities. I'm gonna keep screwing that up. That doesn't look good. But yeah, like I had mentioned earlier, when I left college, I was looking for work in AAA or AA or whoever, really. I was looking at indie studios, I was looking at mobile studios, I was applying to the place that made Golden Tea, I was applying at anything remotely close or far away. I started applying for places overseas. I was desperate for work. I had a degree. I did well in college. My portfolio wasn't the strongest, and still isn't. And I never got a good AAA job. Just never got one. Eventually, I started getting indie jobs, and that's just kind of what I do now. But yeah. Sure did take a long time before I got any job in games. So what I did was I started to teach myself how to program, and I got pretty far. It took a long time, but now I can program games by myself in Unity using C#. Like I said, I'm not good with ASM. I wish I was. Otherwise, I'd probably be making Game Boy games in ASM or even C, or you know, whatever the other tools people are using. But I pretty much only know C# at this point, and I could probably read other languages and tell you what a few things mean in some other, you know, setups. But as far as actually making something that works, I struggle even in C#, if we're being 100% honest. There are much better coders than me. I learned just enough to get by and make designs, because what happened was I fell in love with game design when I decided that I was an artist, decided I need to learn how to code to make my art move, to you know, put it into a game. If no one else is gonna code it for me, then I better do it myself. And I did join some teams, but they never worked out. People would always fall apart. Some people would be less interested. People would find other things. They had wives and kids. They'd move. Online people would flake out. Sometimes the ideas would kind of not be as good as they should be, and then you realize it and you're like, all right, well, let's change it. And then the person's like, no, I don't want to change it. And then it's like, well, I'm not gonna waste all my time making art for a game that I don't believe in. So like, maybe you should find another artist if this is the game that you need to make, or we talk about this and make it something that we both want to make. That happened. And interestingly enough, I'm still friends with that person to a degree. Like, we're still acquainted. We're not mad at each other. We've gotten over it. We've talked since then, and everything's cool. And they were based in Australia, so that was actually really difficult because it was like the other end of the world. But I'm also kind of used to that. I work with a YouTuber that's on the other end of the world. Johnny Manjiro is on the other side of the world. So like, I'm pretty used to that at this point now. It's kind of interesting that that's how it worked out for me. But yeah, I feel like there needs to be more of this like dark color. Things are so light. Spending all this time on this thing that makes no difference, but maybe it'll confuse players to be like, well, clearly there's something in this painting that's changed. But there won't be. It's a red herring, a big distraction. But yeah, eventually I started to pick up C#. Well, at first I was like grasping at straws. I was working with pretty much anything, right? I tried Unreal 3 and I wasn't able to figure it out. I was trying to learn Dark Basic because someone told me I should learn Dark Basic if I'm gonna make games, and that didn't work out for me. And then I found RPG Maker, and I noodled with that, but I ended up mostly just making art assets for it and like learning the basics of triggers. And then I found like there was a different RPG Maker that you could do more with it, but I didn't quite understand it, and I didn't know what the hell was going on with that, so I didn't get far with that. I played with 3D Rad for a bit, and I made some cool, fun little things, but nothing you could call a game. Just things that I could show my friends and be like, whoa, look what I made. Basically, it was a way that I could make models in 3D software and put them into a program that I could like easily program like prefabs with, basically. It was fun. I had fun with it for sure, but it wasn't making games. It was just like doodling with game design, right? And then there was Game Maker, which I didn't get very far with. The tutorials were helpful, but like all I ended up with was like a prototype, not like a game, you know, something you could show people and be like, oh, that's cool, but not something they could play and be like, oh, I want to play again, you know what I mean? It was a shmup. And Retro Spaceball is a shmup with elements of pinball, so it's not really like a it's not a shmup player's shmup, but a more of a shooting game than a shmup, I would say, because shmups end up, they have like their own like rules almost, right? And people who play shmups religiously will tell you like, oh, well, that's not really a shmup because it doesn't do this, this, and that. And it doesn't have bullet patterns. It doesn't have the scrolling isn't what I expect scrolling to be, and like, you know, so there's all these preconceived ideas of what a shmup should be. And Retro Spaceball vaguely touches on things like that. It has some bullet patterns in it, but not a whole lot. And it has scrolling, but not in the way that you would expect it. It has parallax, again, but not necessarily how you would expect it. And then you're flying a spaceship and shooting, but it's more akin to like Galaga or Space Invaders, and people don't really consider those to be shmups anymore because they're like so outdated in the shmup world that the only people who play those games just play those games. They don't play Space Invader likes or Galaga likes. But it's also not like Space Invaders or Galaga because there is verticality in it, and there is a pinball looking thing that bounces around the level. It's a little bit like Sonic Spinball in a sense, where you it's not quite a pinball game, but it's got elements of pinball in it. Doesn't have any flippers though. This ship works as a flippers. Welcome in, Indie Maniac. 27 check-ins, nearly a month. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac if they haven't. They play a lot of horror indie games, and I actually came up with the joke idea for this game in the Indie Maniac stream. They were playing a lot of Backrooms games and a lot of Anomaly games, and I said, I'm gonna make Frontrooms Normalities. Check-ins are almost as old as you. Oh no. Better get older, or stop checking in, or just let them get older than you. But also, those are just days, Indy. Also, fart. Gotta fart. Came here for a reason. I know you. Can't blame you. It's those onions, man. They get you every time. There's a mouse hold in chat. Moss hold? Some type of hold. How you doing today, Indie Maniac? Last playing Hollow Knight. I watched you play that. That was interesting. I'd never seen that game before. I heard a lot about it. I'm still confused, even though whoever that was in your chat was like very adamant about everyone understanding why it's so amazing. I still don't fully understand why it's amazing. I think it's just because there's a lot of depth to it, right? And that the art is good, the music is good. Snorf, yeah. I think people like it because there's a lot of depth to it, right? Do you think that's what it is, Indy? I know you didn't play the whole game, but I think there's a lot of depth in the narrative and in the characters and in the art style and the music, that it all fits together well. But as far as like Metroidvanias go, it didn't seem like it did anything to push the boundaries of the genre. It just did all of the other things that some Metroidvanias don't do, like the storytelling and the depth and the music being cohesive and the art being cohesive. It felt like it was a game for illustrators who haven't played Metroidvanias before. But also I think the toughness is part of it too, right? Because people who got over it, made it through, they want other people to get through it. I was enjoying it, and I agree so far. I didn't do anything new. Did everything that already exists really well. Yeah. Like it did a good job of being a Metroidvania, but it didn't like bring anything new to the table. which isn't bad. It's just, it's surprising to me that that there's still room for that there's so many Metroidvanias, you know, and I'm sure that there's quite a few good ones. You mentioned Rain World, and I watched Garden of Indie play that, and Garden's a fantastic streamer also. We can shout out Garden. Although I want to make sure I spell their name right. Alright, yeah. Camel cased. I'm just gonna copy paste it. Yeah, I watched Garden of Indie play Rain World, and that was really interesting. That one seemed like it actually pushed the boundaries perhaps more than Hollow Knight, because it seemed like there was more of a ecosystem, right, where everything was kind of out to get you. And then also Animal Well, which I bought because it did so well. I wanted to know why people liked it. When I played that one, I didn't get very far, unfortunately, because Metroidvanias are really tough for me to enjoy. It's not that I didn't enjoy the game, it's just that I haven't gone back to it after my first playthrough. And that one, again, it seemed to push the boundaries a little bit more because it was very abstract and yet still had the ecosystem. It was like the ecosystem of Rain World, but more abstract. Absolutely fuck Rain World. That game is so tough, man. It's a good game, but holy shit. So Garden was really good at it. Well, actually, no. Garden told me that they weren't very good at it, but they were doing better than I would. Let's put it that way. They knew what they were doing more than I would, and they liked the game a lot, regardless of how difficult it was. But yeah. Different strokes for different folks is a thing for sure. So now I've gotta make the eyes stand out more. Right now I'm just drawing a creepy painting. It's not even gonna get normal. It's just always gonna be creepy. But I want people to like see it and be like, oh, there's something about this painting that's gonna be normal. And then there won't be one of those red herrings. But the game is actually coming along pretty well. One day, several years from now, you'll have to give it a shot, Indie Maniac. Several years, because I know that's how long it takes for you to get 2 games. But that's okay. Maybe you'll have an update by then. Like Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Which is nearly ready to be updated. I just need to test it. But yeah, I hear Hollow Knight's not easy either, as far as difficult games go. Or Animal Well. I heard Animal Well has difficult parts too. But also Pyrotoad has some difficult parts. But Pyrotoad actually has checkpoints now. Johnny added checkpoints to Pyrotoad, and it makes the game a lot more palatable, I think. Not that there was anything wrong with it before, it was just very difficult. And I think some people might get kind of turned off by that, so I think it was a good move on Johnny's part. So I think this painting is done. And then the picture here, that's the normality. This is the normality. This is the abnormal version, right? So it's like a really slight difference, but also like enough to make you go ew. You know. Indie says, my brain is not organized. It's kind of just an echo chamber or nonsense mixed with random yelling. So I want to play all these games and I just pick randomly, I suppose. Oh, that's okay. You don't. I'm just giving you a hard time, Indie. It's a running joke with me now. I don't expect anyone to play my games. It's always nice when they do, and I love it. And I always try to watch streamers play my game. There's no doubt about that. However, if someone doesn't play my game, that's okay. I'm not going to think any less of them as a person. But with you in particular, I feel like we know each other well enough where we can joke about things like that, and it's just kind of funny to me that like I'll be like, hey, you should play my game. You're like, all right, I'll play it, and then years later, maybe months later, you're yet to have played it. But that's okay. That's just me giving you a hard time because I think I can get away with it. You might just judge me quietly in the corner, Judge. Well, from what I understand, if I bug you enough, you might play it, right? That's what I gained from the Hollow Knight stream, is that if you get bugged enough, you'll give in. So I think I just need to keep bugging you. This is my way of bugging you, Indy. That's what this is. So it's not that I actually think that you're not going to play it ever, or that it will take actual years, but I'm just bugging you so it happens faster. Alright, I need to stop noodling on this painting. It's done. But I do need to think of other things to put in here to make it more abnormal. If you have any ideas, Indy, shout them out. I've officially run out of ideas for this game on the last wall of the last room. And it could just have one, but that would be lame. And we should at least put like some cobwebs in, I think. Or some blood or something. I don't know. We already did one painting dripping blood. But what's another, right? Keep screwing up at the last second there. That'll work. Maybe if we could see the tiles. Oops. That's not gonna work. This button, that button. I mean, that could be one, right? But I also feel like maybe this one should have one too, but that would be too obvious if one had one and one didn't. Maybe only one of them has it, and that's what makes it abnormal, right? And then we could do like another handprint. Maybe we should do it the other way, like this should be the thumb. Hands. But then we should kind of optimize it so we're not just like willy-nilly using tiles here. That's not too bad. Although this one here doesn't need to be like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not too bad. Maybe we can make it look more bloody somehow. Oh, that made it look worse. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs a 5th finger. Maybe those fingers are connected. No, it definitely needs another finger. With how much shit I talk about AI, I gotta make sure that all of my hands have the right amount of fingers and thumbs. Alright. Cyphex says LOL. Indy says, he did slightly bug me to play it, but he also sent me it, so I started to be like, okay, I really need to play this now. Well, I sent you Demonfish Dead Ahead also, so I just need to put a price tag on it and then send it to you. I think that might work. That way I can be like, Indy, you're getting this game for free, but only if you play it. If you don't play it, then technically you won't have gotten it for free. I don't know. These drips are too similar.
I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
I once generated an AI image of someone crying and it made the person crying blood, and I was like, what the fuck, AI? Yeah. Well, it's because it's a more interesting picture that way, right? And if you're like in AI and you're trying to make things interesting, then you choose the things that are interesting. I don't know.
You were not hired for your brains, you hippopotamic landmass.
It's true, I was not. Alright, so we've got 3 things. You know, I wonder if this would look better a different color, but also I feel like if we do that, it might not like work the same. Because if we look at this wall, this one has a black one. So maybe it should be the same color. But yeah, if we had more of them and some of them stay, that might help, right? So like maybe there's like some other just like random scuff here. A random blood splatter. And then maybe like a small one over here. And another one here. So that way if we like remove that, then it doesn't look terribly obvious that the wall is missing something. Also the other walls have holes in them, so maybe we should make a hole in the wall. If the AI creates all 3 channels separately, the red channel may have been more pronounced than intended, or the training data is weird. I bet the training data is weird on that. That's my guess. I think they probably wanted people to like feel like they got interesting results, so they fed it interesting data. And people think blood is interesting, so. But that's just a guess. I really don't know. But yeah, it's honestly it's a little disappointing, right? Because I have like artist friends who are like drinking the AI Kool-Aid, and it's like, but you were a good artist and now you're just a mediocre AI prompter, you know? And that's sad to me that they would be like, oh, well, I guess I better do what the world wants me to do. I mean, one of my friends, he's a musician who, you know, he used to make t-shirts, right? When I was a kid, one of my friends wore this guy's t-shirt in junior high, right? So this guy I became friends with, he was the singer of this band called the Shuttlecocks. And the Shuttlecocks had this transformer on their t-shirt, and the Shuttlecocks in like a transformer logo. So it wasn't like the most artistic shirt, but it was an interesting shirt. And my friend was wearing it in junior high. He liked it enough that he purchased it in junior high, and I eventually became friends with the singer of that band because I was involved with music and stuff. Transformer architecture? No, it was just an actual transformer, like the you know, more than meets the eye transformer. Anyways, that same dude is still doing music, and he's still playing, or he's doing open mic nights, and he's an artist. He's doing open mic nights, but he's got AI for the posters, and it's like, come on, man, just do something interesting and put the Griffin's Pint thing on it, right? Put the name of the bar on there. Don't, why? I mean, it looks so generic now when it could have been interesting. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't think it's gonna help, but then again, you never know. You never know. People are weird, especially in small towns. Like Cars Transformers? No, like Transformers, like the movie Transformers. You can't be that out of touch. Everyone knows Transformers. They've been cool since the 80s. They literally haven't not been cool since the 80s. Well, I guess they're not that cool right now, but like Optimus Prime Transformers. It was basically Optimus Prime, but green and yellow, with a shuttlecocks. It's using the Transformers font. It said the shuttlecocks. Yeah. Yeah. Like Beast Wars. That's what I meant by Cars Transformers. Oh, okay, I see what you mean there. I see what you're saying. Because some of them did transform into cars. Not all of them. Like Starscream turned into a jet, right? And in Beast Wars, they turned into beasts. I don't like where this is located. Alright, so if we do claw marks also, the other walls have claw marks, so this one should too, maybe? Because a cat lives here. That's the lore of this room. Some cat wasn't fed its tuna, and it was upset. That's super ironic because most of these AI use something called the transformer architecture to process data and provide context. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see where the confusion was. Yeah. No, it's not that I don't know anything about how AI works. It's just that, like, I have a very surface level knowledge of it, and I don't really care to know any more about it, to be honest. It's interesting, but only in the sense that, like, I don't know, anything is interesting because, like, the human psychology part of it's kind of interesting. Like, why are we doing it is kind of interesting. Like, but mostly because I'm an artist and I'm like, well, what's wrong with the real art? What's wrong with actual art that was made by people, you know, like, but yeah, you could draw some philosophical line or something, but people decide what art is in the end, and if people are deciding AI is art, then it becomes art. But in the future, it might be AI that decides what art is. So I don't know. It's funny to me. It's like one of those things. Who knows where it's gonna take us in the end? What if we do like a cobweb between the paintings? Right? We'll do like one of those, and then one of these, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then yeah, this looks bad. Could look better. Could look better. I don't know. It doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look too good either. Although one thing I have noticed, due to the advance of AI image generation, there's no more people asking me to make their NFTs. Well, there's a lot less people asking me to make their NFTs, so that's cool. Because they could just make it themselves now, right? If they just have the right prompt, the right whatever, you know, data set, or the right AI tool. I'm in the weeds because I will be working for a professor who specializes in AI and drone swarms. Interesting. Yeah, the drone thing is kind of freaky. I gotta say, when I was living in Naperville, we actually got a warning on our phones. Like, you know how they do like the Amber Alert thing? It was like a drone warning. It was like, watch out for suspicious drone activity because we've got problems with drone bombs. Because they literally found someone that had a drone bomb and they caught him before he used it to as a terrorist. It was a terrorist, like literally trying to drone bomb something in Naperville. And I was like, and Naperville's not like a big city, it's like a small suburb of Chicago. That's terrifying. Oh, not high. Yeah. No, it was interesting. Like I wasn't worried, but what worries me is that we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. And that's kind of worrisome. I don't like the way these cobwebs look. What if we do like, what if we take this and then we remove this and we put all of this right up against that? That actually looks more cobwebby. Just like that. That looks better. Kind of looks like ectoplasm or something, but it works. Maybe we fix this like that. I don't think on the civilian side it will change dramatically unless we get a copycat effect. Well, the thing is that it's likely the governments of other countries that have something to do with this. What country, I don't know. But if that's the case, then it's probably actually some type of undercover military action, rather than just some Yahoo who decides he's gonna put bombs on a drone. The other thing is that we're like really close to unmanned warfare, right? Where we no longer need people in battle. There'll just be people controlling drones or, you know, monitoring autonomous killing machines, which is it's scary. It's a scary thing. I mean, to think like, you know, what will determine which countries are prosperous and poor in the future will be which countries end up with the best technologies for this. And that's kind of scary because that means that like you either have to dump all your money into military technology or you get taken over by someone else's military technology. And that means that like it's going to stifle all other technologies if that's the case, because then all that money is going to be drained into certain technologies like robotics and AI and it seems like a slippery slope, because not only is it leveling the playing field, but now it's not the troops that go overseas that need to worry about it. It's the people at home that are going to be killed. It'll be civilian deaths rather than like warrior deaths, right? Because throughout history, you send warriors to war, but if you don't need warriors at war anymore, then they're not going to be targeting the AI. they're not going to be targeting the other robots. They're going to be targeting maybe missile silos and stuff like that, you know. But if all of those are controlled by remote, you know, civilians essentially, then that's who's going to be targeted. And maybe they will be military personnel, but they won't be warriors. They won't be send out to war type people. Yeah, but infantry will still be needed for now. But the way things are going, we could just send robots, right? And yeah, for some time, perhaps, infantry will still be needed. Someone will still need to be there for whatever reason. But eventually, why not do that remotely, is what I'm saying. Why risk the lives of the generals and the, you know, the higher ups people? I mean, yeah, we could always send grunts, but like, why do that either, right? Why not turn those people into remote responders and stuff like that, people who are on call and or have to clock in and use an autonomous like monitoring system to make sure that the AI robot is doing what it's supposed to do, or that it's not being tampered with by the enemy, or if the enemy comes close, maybe remote detonate it or whatever, you know. A drone can't police villages in the Middle East, not yet, but you could make robots that do that, right? And that's what I'm saying, is that there's probably other countries already doing that to send to other countries, which could be us. And then it's going to be, I don't know, what's left of our military versus that. Or maybe we'll have our own robots that we send in. I don't know. The whole thing doesn't look good for at-home defense, right? That's the way I see it, because if the front lines are your doorstep, then that's not good. And we're kind of already seeing that in other countries. It's just not all done with drones or autonomous killing machines, but that's the direction everything's going. So I don't know. The tech is still at least 50 years out, if not more. What will come will be automating the Air Force. So we already have some like unmanned aircrafts for sure, right? So it won't be that long until we have unmanned foot soldiers. You say 50 years, like that's a long time, but the other thing is that technology moves faster and faster. So what seems like will take 50 years may not take 50 years. You know, it really depends. There's all types of things that prevent it from happening and things that push it forward. And a lot of it is actually more political in nature than pivoted on technological breakthroughs. It comes down to the decision making of the people in power rather than how smart people are. So it's impossible to say it's going to be at least 50 years because no one knows. It could be longer, it could be shorter, and if we dumped a bunch of money into it, it could already be happening. Right? So I don't know. I think technology is something that is really hard to pin down. The problem is planes collect data automatically, but we don't have the data sets for ground movement and decision makings. Not yet. But like you said, all it takes is collecting a data set. Like, that's not that difficult. You know? I mean, yeah, the data would still need to be collected, but we have the means of doing that. We just gotta, you know, hell, we could probably retrospectively do some of that, right? With satellite images and stuff like that. That is very difficult for senescence? senescence. No, we can't. Well, we could possibly try, and it might help us. We could definitely, you know, understand formations and stuff like that. But I mean, a lot of that we could just kind of feed in anyways. I mean, I don't think that either of us are like in the position to say this is what we can and can't do. So I don't know. I don't think it's really worth arguing about, to be honest. I think that if people wanted robots on the ground, we could put them on the ground, and we've got people making them already. So do you mean tactical command AI or ground soldiers? It could be both. I think that the tactics of it are mostly going to be human organized. Kixie, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great evening. We're on some military AI nonsense here, but check out Call Me Kixie if you haven't yet. Last playing Hypnospace Outlaw. Paid off Professor Helper, I heard. But yeah, check out Kixie if you haven't. She's got an awesome stream. She streams Saturdays. She plays indie games. I like the scratchy part of the wall. Cool, yeah, we've got scratches on this wall. We've got scratches on this wall. We've got scratches on that wall. So that scratches on the wall. That's what we're dealing with. I like the normal twins and the reconjoined twins, I've been calling them. Yeah. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. Thank you for dropping in. I always appreciate that. We're coming up with the abnormalities and stuff for the last room here, and I'm not quite sure which ones are actually going to be in or out yet. What if we do a crack behind the spider web, right? Maybe we can get that to look good. Nah, that didn't look good. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't actually go behind the spider web, it just is like right above it. So that way if the spider web's not there, it's hard to notice. Or maybe if the crack's not there, we could do some more cracks that stay, right? So let's put those on a different layer and call it stay on. That is cool, the twins. Oh, you like that? Thanks. Lots of jiggly creatures. Yeah, I've been watching Peanut Pumps make this dance emote on her stream, and it's really good. Maybe we do a crack on the floor too. That doesn't look as good because of the shadow. Maybe there's a crack on the ceiling? Nah, that doesn't look good either. Nah. We could do like a hole in the ceiling. We did that before. Although we gotta remember that the letter is like right there, so if we do it off to the side, maybe that'll work better. Then we could do like some like wood or something sticking out. Were there always 9 eyeballs in this painting? Exactly, Kixie. It's not even gonna change. but it's gonna leave people being like, wait, is something off with this painting? That's the plan. I'm glad that you picked up on that. It's just to annoy Indy. That's the whole purpose of that painting. What did I do with the other hole? Ah, okay, I didn't put wood in there, so it won't be that weird if there's just a little bit of wood. Oh, that's not what I want. Rick, while I'm playing this game, I'm going to be a fucking menace. Oh, wait, while I'm playing this game is going to be fucking a menace. Is going to be a fucking menace. I'm having trouble trying to understand what you're saying there, but I think what you're saying is that you're going to be a menace while you're playing this game, or that the game is going to be a menace while you're playing. I am going to be a menace. Ah, I see. I am going to be a menace. I'm gonna be like, was that crack always there? Meanwhile, the crack is either there or not. I think the floor needs something too. Maybe like a blood spill on the floor. Maybe next to these ones. Oh, that's not that.
Find the fish.
Find the fish. That's a good one. I love that one. Find the fish. Have you seen the fish? That's the intermission in what was it called? The Meaning of Life. It has absolutely no meaning whatsoever, the intermission. It's just completely off the wall bonkers. And yeah. It's a good one. Oh, that's going to be a fun stream to watch. See, we've already got fans, Indy. It's going to be a good idea to stream this one. You're not going to want to pass the opportunity up. Tell your friends. It's going to be a hit. It's going to be my breakout hit. I'm going to tell people it's my first game so that way it sells even better. I'm just kidding. Those guys are the original abridged. They're reconjoined twins. They were supposed to be conjoined. So we fixed that. Those guys were the original abridge. I meant Monty Python, since they have the same energy as Helsing abridge. Oh, I don't know what Helsing abridge is. Is that related to Van Helsing? But I think this room is done, or this wall is done, and which means the room is done. So let's move this one down so I don't get confused with it. And let's number these. So this one, stay on. Painting. Picture frame. Stay on. Alright, this one that can be an abnormality. We'll call it blood abnormal 2. This one we'll call hand blood. I can't spell. Abnormal 3. This one we'll call blood stay on, and we'll drag it down there. And then this one, we'll just call it wall stay on. Then this one, abnormal 4, we'll call it crack, not to be confused with the drug. And then we'll call this one abnormal 5 web. Yeah, it was a fan creation based on it that was basically Helsing turned up to 11. It was one of the most over-the-top things I have seen and would recommend it for you, and Indy probably a bit much for Kixie. Oh. I don't know if you know this about Kixie, but she likes some unhinged anime. I don't know how unhinged, but I know that she likes... What was it? Kixie, what's that one that you like? I can't remember. Was it Chainsaw Man? Is that what it's called? Kixie's like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Don't talk about me. JoJo. Kixie likes JoJo. That's all Kixie likes. Berserk? Wasn't it Berserk? I don't know. I'm not trying to call out Kixie. Anyways, I bet Kixie would enjoy it. I am up to date with Chainsaw Man. Isn't Chainsaw Man kind of gory and unhinged in ways? Isn't it like... Isn't that, isn't it not, I don't know the word. I don't know, what's the word? It's about a man and his dog. Okay, okay. Gotcha. There's no blood in Chainsaw Man. Understood. Or a boy and his dog. Like a boy and his blob? You ever play that one? Alright, this room is done. Let's call it save. Oh wait, we just save it. And now we export it. There's a deli bird in chat. Is that like a turkey? Isn't turkey a deli bird? Or chicken? Isn't chicken a deli bird also? They're just running out of names. Okay, so abnormal, or no, this one just is that. Yeah, so we just do that, and then we do export. Oh wait, we need to change it, so abnormal 1 and normal 1. Export it as we'll call it normal 1. Normal 1. Don't eat Santa Claus. Wait, is Santa Claus a deli bird too? I'm so confused. Why would someone eat Santa Claus? Like the chocolate Santa Claus? Abnormal 1. Oh, we put the picture back to abnormal, and then we get the blood off. Export as normal 2. Put the blood back on, turn the hand off, export as abnormal 3, or normal 3, not abnormal. Hand blood goes back on, the crack goes away, export as 4, the crack goes back on, the web goes away, export as 5. Alright, now we can save it, be done with it. Oh, you know what, we need to put it back into the game world. We need to put it in the game world. So we've got this folder, We've got room 3 west. No, we want east. Did we save that with the right name? Room 3 east. Oh, this is the wrong one. I'm like, what's going on here? Seagoat, welcome in. How you doing? Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't. Seagoat does pixel art for games. They do it on stream. They're super cool. They have a really awesome stream setup. Really cool pixel tuber, and everyone should check them out. Thanks for dropping in, Seagoat. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just got done with some Pride art. That's right. Seagoat has been doing a Pride game jam, or sorry, pixel jam. So if you want to learn pixel art, you can do that there. Last I checked, there was 69 people in this pixel jam, which is a pretty big number, and they were doing prompts for every day of the month until I think the last month you work on a bigger the last week you work on a bigger project. And Ari's taken part in that, and she's been showing off what she's been working on, and it's super cool. So if anyone wants a Pride-based prompt to help them start doing art, is it pixel art only, or is it any? I think it's any art, right? If you want to do any type of art with a Pride-based prompt, you can join the pixel or the art jam. It's any art. Yeah, I keep saying pixel art, but that's because you're a pixel artist. But yeah, any art is acceptable. I just did 2 pieces back to back, catching up as I was a few days behind. That's right, and the rules aren't extremely lax. So if you're one that's worried, or are extremely lax. So if you're one that's worried about the rules of a jam and like, oh, I don't want to break the rules or put all this pressure on me, you can do whatever you want. You can take part in it just one day, or just do the final piece. It all says it on the rules. Seago, if you have the link on you, feel free to link your art jam. I know you're already in progress, but people might want to join late. You never know.
Probably he means no.
Syphix says, "Oh yeah, I was watching Boops do something for that." Yeah, there it is. So people check it out. I'll pull it up on screen here. I think it's so cool. There's only 17 days left in it, and there's a calendar here, so you can see we're already on the 12th, so this is today's date. So yeah, there's prompts, and then everything else is to you can pick your own prompt here based on what there is before, and then work on a final piece for the whole week and a couple days for the end of the month. And yeah, I just think it's a really creative idea. I think we need more art jams, and I think it's really awesome. I'm currently a little bit swamped in stuff. 67, there was 69 before. People left. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. But yeah, I think this is a really great idea. So props to you for putting it together and getting people to make art, because I think that's important. Prompting people to make art for any purpose is great, but also for Pride. I really like the 2 new ones I did. I plan on doing it every year, and maybe more based on other themes. Cool. Well, if you have the pieces, if you have links, I'd be happy to share them on stream, so that way people can get a feel for your vibe and give you a follow. I mean, they should follow you anyway, but maybe they'll be even more inclined to follow if they see what you've been working on. So we're on room 3 east. Room 3 east. So here's west. Room 2, room 3 north. Where is west? Did we save it in the wrong spot? Click on media to see my stuff. Okay. So this is Seagoat on Blue Sky. Give them a follow. I'm already following. So let's see, day 11. The theme is coming out. Oh, that's a really interesting take on the theme for sure. Day 10, theme mismatched. Day 9, theme love letter, unsaid. You laughed unaware how your voice reshaped my world. My lips held the truth. Your pronouns, they, them. Queer critters. I like the caterpillar, that's cute. Garden of Identities. Interesting choice. Day 2. I'm not sure what day 2 was. And then found family. Here, queer, glowing. That's cute for sure. Theme queer awakening. Is that like Sailor Moon? Is that who that is? Theme your flag. And pixel art Etsy, cool. The frog is super cute. I like the dithered background too, that's a nice touch. I think I watched you make this. So yeah, everyone should give them a follow on Blue Sky. Everyone should follow them on Twitch as well. And yeah. Taco Crepe says, "Oh my god, that frog is so cute. I love the little animation." It is Sailor Moon. Okay, cool. So I'm not completely out of touch. It's an asset for a game I'm working on. Ah, cool. Oh, the frog. Yeah. I remember you telling me that. Actually, when I first dropped into your stream, you told me about that. So yeah, now I'm looking for where I saved this. Did I save it in the wrong spot? Room 3. PNG. For some reason, I just cannot find it. There's west. Room 3. North, south, west. Where's east? Oh, it's above north. How come I wasn't seeing it? Room 3 north. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder again. Am I in the wrong folder twice? Oh, here it is. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing my mind apparently. Copy that. Paste it here. Taco Crepe says the animation is very smooth. Great job. Yeah, no, that one looks awesome. One of the first things I animated in pixel art. Very cool, very cool. And Taco Crepe is a pixel artist as well. And we can shout out Taco Crepe also. The other day I was looking for someone to raid and I searched pixel art and I saw Taco Crepe, and what they're working on was super cool. And they do pixel tuber models and stuff like that, so give them a follow. Go check them out if you're into pixel art. They have a very chill stream and really cool overlay. Absolutely, Taco Crepes. Taco Crepe, thanks for dropping in. I always appreciate that. And yeah, I'm really glad that I got the chance to run into you on Twitch, because I'm always looking for more pixel artists. Yeah, I actually followed someone new today too. and I'm trying to remember what their name was. They already rated out, so I can't find them easily. They're probably right at the top of my list. Yep, there it is. We'll shout out another pixel artist I met today. Since there's so many pixel people in here. Make sure I'm spelling this right. Nefsi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, follow Nefsi. Super cool VTuber artist, pixel artist. Very cool person from what I saw so far. Definitely worth a follow. Likewise, I'm playing around GB Studio recently because of your recommendation. Awesome, yeah. I think that GB Studio is like really great for artists because it doesn't require really any coding knowledge whatsoever. It does require a little bit of knowledge on the limitations of the Game Boy, but that shouldn't be too hard for pixel artists because pixel art is all about limitations, right? You're limiting your canvas size, sometimes you're limiting your palettes, you know, and you know what they say, limitation breeds creativity. So I think that the more pixel artists we get playing around with GB Studio, the better off it's going to be, and you get to call yourself a homebrew developer. How cool is that, right? Not to mention, there's a version of GB Studio that makes NES games, so if that's more your style, you might be able to lean more that direction. There's one that's coming out soon on Steam that is a Mega Drive, right? So if you're, I think it's going to be a little bit more advanced, but if you're trying to do something with more palette, you could do that maybe. In it, you know, we'll have to see because it's still coming soon on Steam, but it looks really cool. Yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Seago. The Genesis one you show me has me really excited. I'm excited for that too. It looks like it might be hard, but it also looks very exciting. Cyphex says, I think Rick is building a pixel art army. Pixel art artist army. Yeah, so like I'm just happy to meet more pixel artists. I've been kind of in my own world for like the last like 7 years, to be honest. You know, when I was in college, I did a terrible job networking. I didn't meet a whole lot of people, and the ones that I did, we just kind of did our own thing, and we didn't really branch out. There's a Polywagon chat. I can pronounce that one. But yeah, I do try to pressure people into pixel art and game making, and sometimes it works. Ari told me that she was gonna try an engine. I don't know how long she's gonna stick with it, but she said she's interested. She came to me and she's like, Rick, there's this game that I think you should remake. It needs an update. And I was like, I've got my hands full, but it sounds like you should do it. and they're like, oh, but I don't know about that. And I was like, sounds like a great opportunity to learn though, doesn't it? And Kixie, she's done some pixel art. She showed me some of the pixel art she's done. It's not bad at all. She's definitely she's off to a good start. I think she's a little bit lacking in time to spend practicing, but that's okay. Totally understandable. But I hope she doesn't give up because what she showed me was really good. One of these days, once I'm more free, I want to do some collab stuff. Cool. That sounds more like engineering than art experience. After Art Fight, maybe. That's right, Art Fight. I was trying to tell Ari about Art Fight, but she's like, no. Seagoat's doing a game art or an art jam. I was confused because I thought she was talking about Art Fight. But no, two different things. Kixie says time is a struggle. Yeah, no, I get that. I don't know if you wanted the emphasis there or you just misspelled it, but the emphasis works. You have more time if you don't sleep. That's not true. the indie maniac. There's something called sleep. Sleep. What is it? What is the term? Shit. Now my brain stopped braining. It's like a bank, right? Sleep debt. That's what we're talking about. Sleep debt. There's something called sleep debt. Now, some people don't believe in it, but I do. I definitely believe in sleep debt. Sleep debt. Because when you deprive yourself from sleep for long enough, eventually that's gonna bite you in the ass and you're just gonna need to sleep. And you may or may not have a normal sleep schedule afterwards. I don't know. Rick, make game or else. You know, Cyfix, you should think about making a game. It's not as engineer heavy as you might think, but it can be if you want it to be, right? If you want to be a software engineer more than an artist, game dev gives you that opportunity. If you want to be more of an artist than a software engineer, game dev also gives you that opportunity. You can do anything you want with game dev. There's these things called art games that work as a piece of art that don't even have to be what you would, your preconceived notions of what a game is can change. Like you can change what society views a game as. That is, you can it's art, you know? It's you can do something really cool. You can change the way the world thinks. Art Fight is a trading game that's been going on for like 10 years. It's every July. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. You were telling me about it before. Kixie says, yes, I practice this. You have more time if you don't sleep. Hey, Kixie, there's sleep debt. You're gonna be more, your mind is going to be more sharp if you are well rested. So if you want to do better at whatever you do, whether it's art, your career, whether it's just being like there when your friends are expecting you to be, being well rested is going to help you. That's just how it is. Granted, some people can get by on 5 hours every night. I am not that way. I am great at handling debt. Right on. Well, I'm not trying to say that you're not, but I think everyone should get enough rest because they're going to be better at whatever they do if they get enough rest. Once I get to affiliate, I plan on making a Twitch game of some sort, like the fishing game. I will use the Godot engine. There you go. That's game dev. I've been dipping my toes in the Godot pool, actually, just this last week. I try to sleep the best I can. Undertale is coded like hot garbage, but it changed everything. That's a good point. My brain doesn't shut up, so sleeping is hard sometimes. I am in the same boat, Indie Maniac. I think that's like a thing with ADHD, from what I've been told. But not only that, it's a PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder thing. And I suffer from both of those. So just last night, I was having a hell of a time trying to sleep at fucking 4 in the morning, and that's ridiculous. I was like, what the hell is that light? I had my curtains closed, but there was this little gap, and through that gap there was this like cell tower or something that was blinking, and it was just bothering the hell out of me. You know what I need to do? I need to put like electric tape over the little green LED on my smoke detector because it's just so bright. It feels like I'm being abducted by aliens when I'm trying to sleep. Once my eyes adjust to the dark room, there's this green LED just like staring me down. But yeah, binaural beats help me sleep a lot. And whenever I'm like, man, I can't sleep, I think I'm gonna throw on these binaural beats. It helps every time. Undertale barely works from what I've heard. You know, people say that, but I personally, I only played it for a little bit, so I don't really know. But I didn't notice any bugs. I'm sure that there's people that can break the game or whatever, but for enough people to enjoy it as much as they did, I think that it was relatively bug-free enough for people not to enjoy it. You know, I mean, every game is going to have some bugs, but relatively speaking, I think that it was relatively bug-free, regardless of how sloppily the code was written. So there's this thing. You have software engineers who believe that all the code needs to be immaculate. And then you have game designers who just need it to work. You can be either. You can be either. Either is okay. As long as it works, that's okay. Sometimes things that just barely work are very poorly optimized, and that makes it difficult when you try to add more to the game, or when you do something, it can cause problems somewhere else. And these are things that you learn to fix the more you do it. And that's just, everyone has to deal with that. Good software developers and bad software developers have to learn how to do things better. It's called architecture. And the first games I made had terrible architecture. And you should see Retro Spaceballs architecture. I started it on these like scotch tape and toothpicks architecture, right? And then I started moving pieces over to like steel and concrete, like one at a time. So now it's like this weird arch of steel and concrete being built up off of toothpicks and scotch tape. And that's how it looks, but it works. So it works, you know. I hit a dead end in the architecture where things started to get really, really slow to compile. The game worked fine, but every time I changed the code base, it was doing all of this spaghetti code, and it would take 30, 40, 50 minutes to compile just when I changed the code, and it was untenable, right? I couldn't do it that way. That wasn't going to work. So I had to learn what I was doing wrong, which was referencing scripts from other scripts. You don't want to do that, and you especially don't want to reference the script that the other script was referencing while it references this script. And that's what I was doing. You don't do that. Do it differently. You want to have a flow in your code. It has to go from one direction to the other. And it took me forever to like wrap my head around it, but now I've got it. Now it works. Now I know how to use C# events, which cut out the middleman and keep it flowing in one direction, and everything compiles quickly now. Sorry, that was a lot. What did I miss? Call me Kixie for the last time. No borrowing money from the Lovecraftian horrors for Steam games. You know, sometimes you just gotta like call upon Cthulhu for some extra money, you know. And the pixel art, hate to say it, but it's not exact the best, but it changed everything. Yeah, the young people really responded to that game. Personally, I never really understood why it like really like shifted everything, but it did. There was a major shift, and I think a lot of it was that it made people feel like they could make games themselves. You know, if Toby can do it, so can I. You know, and he had that kind of mentality after it came out. So like, I think that helped motivate people, if anything, and that's cool. It's always good to motivate people. Cyphex says, yeah, I'm the same way with Light. It ran fine on PC, but if you look at the code, it's really bad. Yeah, I meant the code, guys. Like, it works, but it's insane the way they coded it. It just needs to work. Do you know C++? I do not know C++. I could probably read it, and I've written some stuff in C++ back in the day. But, well, C++, not C++, but C++. I didn't see the hype with Undertale, honestly, but everyone fucking loved it. I'm kind of in that same mind, where I didn't quite understand why everyone loved it, but I think it was a young people thing, and I was a little bit older at that point. I was already making games of my own, and I already experienced Earthbound, right? And Earthbound was earth-shattering to me. So I think a lot of people who hadn't experienced Earthbound came across Undertale and was like, oh shit, games can be like this? When that artist, Toby Fox, was heavily influenced by Earthbound. In fact, I believe it started as an Earthbound mod, if I'm not mistaken. I think it started as an Earthbound hack. Could look that up. Yes, Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, did initially create Earthbound Halloween Hack, a ROM hack for Earthbound video game before developing Undertale. This hack is considered to be one of the inspirations for Undertale. So I guess it didn't start as a ROM hack, but he did in fact make a ROM hack for Earthbound, which is the inspiration behind Undertale. Oh no, now I'm reading on Reddit, Undertale literally began as an Earthbound ROM hack fan game project, and in a lot of people's opinions, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of Earthbound references in Undertale apparently. I was like, what, 10 years younger? Still didn't get it, honestly. Well, that's okay. So that's the other thing about games, is that one game doesn't have to be for everyone. In fact, it's kind of impossible. Games are made to be enjoyed by certain people. I mean, sometimes games can be enjoyed by everyone. It happens. Minesweeper was that way. Well, I guess not everyone liked Minesweeper, but most people did when they were kids. Ski Free, everyone loved Ski Free when that came out. Balatro, everyone pretty much loves Balatro. But yeah, then there's games like Animal Well, which did really, really well, and a lot of people loved it, enough people to love it to make that guy very, 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 very rich, and it's still like to a lot of people, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect for everyone. His new game came out recently too, Deltarune. Yeah, I heard that. Temple Run, Subway Surfers, yeah. Those were like mobile games, right? I missed that era. I heard about the games after they came out, and I saw many like newer devs trying to like recreate those games as like learning projects, and that was kind of cool. There's a Purloin in chat. Did I miss any of chat? That was a lot. I think one thing that really helped people fixate on Undertale was the fighting mechanic. Not only could you do a pacifist run, but the way the heart moved around like a shoot 'em up or a shmup when you're like doing the defense, I think that really won people over. You know, they weren't expecting that. It was the unexpected, just like random craziness, like, and it was approachable for anyone. It was something that everyone could easily just pick up and understand. But then also they did things with the narrative that really pushed creative storytelling, and that was very, very popular at the time. I think a text-based island survival game would be fun to make. Yeah, text parser games are interesting. There is just not a lot of people playing them or purchasing them. There is a documentary that you might find interesting if you're into text parsers. It's called Get Lamp. And the site cannot be reached. That's unfortunate. But it's on YouTube. In full, for free. Let's pull this up. So yeah, if you're into text parsers and want to learn a little bit about the history behind them, there's this really great documentary called Get Lamp that is all about text parsers and the history behind it. Not so much modern text parsers, because there really is kind of nothing there for modern text parsers. I mean, there are some, but most of it is reference to the old stuff. And anyways, I think we're ready for a resurgence of that stuff. If you think about it, there's a lot of narrative-based like visual novels today, and then narrative-based regular games, and everything's so narrative-based. Even puzzle games have narrative behind them now. So I think the world is ready for text parsers to come back. I mean, it might be a struggle, but if that's what you're interested in, it could be a lot of fun. Alright, we put the rooms in the right folder, right? We got that far? Alright, we did. So all we need to do is put them into the game now. And these triggers are done. We need to remove that. We'll find the thing. It's the room 3 east. Room 3 east. There's that. Yeah, I think the visual novel format would work. Honestly, yeah, I think if you took like the mechanics of text parsing and added it and put visuals in there, I think it would actually do really, really well. Because like Indy was playing a AI based text parser essentially, right? Because he would type something in and then or was it spoken? I can't remember. Indy, what was that girlfriend game you were playing with the AI? Something about me or something. I can't remember. But oh, Indy's like, that game with my girlfriend, with the stabby girlfriend? Hold on. You know exactly which game I'm talking about. Did you speak in that one, or did you type it? I can't remember. So maybe that's the next thing. Maybe speaking as an option would be good for a future text parser, right? So it's not just parsing the text, but parsing your voice. My stabby cat girlfriend, that's not the name of it, but that is what it is to me, for sure. So we're gonna scooch these ones over so we have more room, because we're gonna need to copy paste this one. How many times? 5 times. AI to you, with you till the end. Is that what it was called? Okay. I believe you. The stabby cat girlfriend. I gotta say, I'm not really into cat women, but she was pretty cute for a cat girl. And she was also pretty cute for a stabby girl, right? So I mean, win-win, right? I mean, if you're gonna get stabbed by a cat girl, that might be the one to get stabbed by. I don't know. I don't know. So that's 4. What did we say? 5? Seems like a nice number. Alright, so we'll name them Normal 1. Normal 2. Normal 3. Normal 4. Normal 5. Yeah, you could type or talk, but talking wasn't always 100%. Oh, that's right, because Siri kept on trying to ruin it for you. Siri's like, I thought I was your girlfriend, Indy. Or no, that was the other game, wasn't it? No, that was just cause you were reading what's her face in Doki. I'm confusing streams now. They're all blending together, Indy. There were 3 girls apparently, but I only saw 2, Cat Girl and Wizard Girl. Wizard Girl was cute too. I'm definitely more into wizards than I am into cats. Didn't she like turn you into an animal and step on you though? That's kind of mean. Alright, so yeah, we'll give these the right images now. So room 3, east, normal 1. Room 3, east, normal 2. Room 3, east, normal 3. Room 3 east, normal 4. Room 3 east, normal 5. And that's the last of the abnormal rooms. Some people are into that, Rick. Getting stepped on. I've heard this. I personally, I don't think I would enjoy that, especially if I was a small animal. But yeah, I mean, wizards are gonna wizard, right? Alright, so then we need to add the new variables. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That puts us at 49. So that means there's 49 different normalities in this game. Is that enough, Indy? Indy Maniac, is 49 enough normalities for the game to be good? Or should we make it 50? Do we have to make it 50? Or should 49 be enough? Maybe we should make it 50 for marketing purposes. Or we could say under 50 normalities to be even weird about it. To be weird about it. 49 is kind of a normal number. In what ways? Because it's not abnormal. Even numbers are better in my brain. Oh, even numbers are better in your brain. I read that like weird. Even numbers are better in my brain. Even numbers are better in my brain. Don't listen to Kixie. She says 49 is normal. Besides, that means we'd have to go back and change things. Honestly, I was thinking about making the chandelier have skulls. But we already have a chandelier with skulls now. See, we've got the chandelier with skulls. And then we've got the chandelier without skulls, too. Alright, so we added all of these, but there's no decision on that. So on this one, we need to decide. So we'll do var val compare, and then we'll do variation, and what did we say? There was 5, and there's 9 now. So there was 44 before. We can easily double check this because I took notes. Notes are good. You should always comment your code. So 45 is room 3 east. And then we'll go copy, paste, 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 right? Or did I miss one? 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's right. Might as well make it an even 50. Or else what? Indy is correct. Wait, Indy's correct about what? About don't listen to Kixie? Oh shit, Forsaken Dabs. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you, Forsaken Dabs? Last Plane software and game development? Hell yeah. Tell us about what you're working on. I'm always interested in learning about other people's projects, and if you have a link, I'd love to share it. If you've got like a Steam page, I'd love to give you a wish list and show support. Voice 49 is a perfect square. I'm not sure what that means, Cyfix. But yeah, Forsaken Dabs, I very much appreciate the raid. If you've got other things to do, I understand. If you want to share your project, I would love to see it. And Raiders, thank you so much for joining. I'm Rick. I do game dev. We're working on a Game Boy game called Frontrooms Normalities. And we're currently adding 5 more normalities, the last of which, because we decided 49 is a totally normal number to end on, but now we're debating whether we should add a 50th to round it off. I'm good, how are you? And I'm working on my first game, which is a Maid Cafe game, so I don't have anything set up yet. Been doing art and coding for it. Awesome! So you're a solo dev then? You're doing it all by yourself? That's so cool. And it's your first game? Fantastic. I love to hear it. Everyone should give them a follow. I'm going to. Oh wow, A-Sprite. And then, what kind of engine are you using? I see something. Is that Visual Studio or is that another IDE? Anyways, giving you a follow for sure. I don't think there's a lot of Maid Cafe games, so you might have hit on something that will be popular. You never know. Godot, okay, cool. I actually haven't done.
Einstein, I'm on your side.
Thank you for the redeem, Indie Maniac. I haven't actually done any Godot development. I'm more of a Unity user, and I've messed with Unreal a little bit. I've messed with Godot a tiny bit. I'm not completely virgin to Godot, but I've never actually made anything with Godot. Have a good the rest of the stream. I'm going to head out. Well, thank you, Cyfex. And sorry that I didn't read what you wrote there. What was that? 7 caret 2 49 49. 7 to the power of 2 is 49. I got you. It's a square. I see what you're saying. But yeah, Godot sounds interesting. I've actually been using it recently to make executables out of Game Boy games. So that way I could put a Game Boy game on Steam. I haven't actually put any on Steam yet, but this is what we're working on. It is Frontrooms Normalities. It started as a joke in the Indie Maniac stream. He does a lot of Frontrooms games and a lot of Anomaly games, and I made up the joke of saying I'm going to make a game called Frontrooms Normalities, and everyone was like, well, that's kind of a good idea. And I was like, well, then you can fund it. And now Indie's funding the... No, I'm just kidding. I was not able to get any funding for it, and now I'm doing it myself for a game jam. I think I saw this when Nerdy rated you. It looks so awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that was just last night. I appreciate that. And yeah, very cool. Backrooms, but close enough, Rick. It's Frontrooms, is what it is. It's clearly Frontrooms. There's no back rooms in this whatsoever. It's all front rooms. Wait, what did I say? That you were playing front room games? This is front rooms. You were playing back rooms. Did I screw something up? Sometimes I do that. Anyways, is it your first day? Here at Haunted Assure, we assure maximum hauntedness. If you find any normalities at the day's end, press yes. If not, press no. Day 1 has no normalities. So now we're gonna go through and take a look. It's kind of like a memory game. And if you saw it last night, then you probably already got the idea. But so now it's showing us everything as it should be in a haunted house. In a haunted series of front rooms, rather. And then here's the new image. And then there's that. But right now it's actually kind of broken because we just added something and didn't finish adding it. So, but yeah. This looks so good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I would play it a little bit, but it's gonna break on us because we added the variables for this room, but we didn't actually add the definitions for the room, so that way it doesn't know where to send you to. It would only send you to this one, even if that variable comes up. And it's actually really fun engine to work with. This is GB Studio, if you're not familiar. It's all event based, and you can do code if you want. Or you can even recode the engine if you want. It's open source. Or you can download like changed versions of the engine, like kind of like forks, right? And it's very cool software. But like I said, you don't need to do any coding. So on this project, I'm actually not doing any coding whatsoever, which is kind of nice. There is a lot of clicking and stuff that you end up doing, but for this project, it's not so bad. But yeah, so what we've got here is a normal variation, and I was checking to see if what the number was, and it was 45. So we're gonna say if it's less than 45, then we're gonna send you to this room, and we're gonna copy this event, we're gonna paste it here, and if it's greater than 45, I'm sorry, not 45, 49, then we're also going to send you to this room, which it already is set to. So just in case we make a 50th, that's going to make sure it doesn't break. So we're going to copy this and paste that, and then we'll add this here, and we'll say if it equals exactly 45, then we want it to go to room East 3, or room 3 East Normal 1. And we'll just do that 4 more times. And we'll change this to 6. We'll change this to 2. Paste again. Change this to 7. Change this to 3. Paste it once again. Change it to 8. Change it to 4. Paste it once again. Change it to 9. And change it to 5. And that should take care of it. So now if we play it, we'll be able to experience these normalities possibly. Of course, there's 49 of them now, so it's actually kind of rare that these 5 numbers come up. But we can do that. What else did I want to do? I kind of wanted to make it so it doesn't not have a normality more often, if that makes any sense. It's so confusing to talk about this game where everything's backwards. I keep thinking we're in the back rooms when I try to say the name, but it's front rooms. And then I keep trying to say abnormality or anomaly, but it's normalities. So hopefully people have the same confusion. Hopefully I confused lots of people with this one. No, it's kind of a joke, but it's kind of a real game now also. We will have to make new art for these 3 scenes. I think the front rooms and the back rooms lore is actually just the real world. I know this, Indy. I know this. That's why it's a joke, you see? I'm making fun of the back rooms, because the front rooms are the real world. There are front rooms in the real world. And these ones are haunted because we're looking for normalities. I know the joke is deep, but you'll get it, Indy. You'll get it. You just gotta play it, and then you'll understand. Taking notes. So yeah, I know what all these rooms look like, so I'm just gonna skip to the end here. We're gonna say no, nothing was normal. Kixie, you agree that looks good? Thank you, I appreciate that. I might add color palettes to it since we've already finished most of the art for the game. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Is there any normalities here? I don't see any. We're looking for normalities now. I should turn off the double music now. Like, what is that sound? Alright, so... Oh, the bone is missing. There's no bone there. I'm probably too good at this game at this point. And I'm ruining it for Indy, who's definitely going to play this 3 years from now and have forgotten everything. I'll forget all of this. See? In 3 years, you'll forget this game even exists. I'll have to remind you. And you'll be like, what? A Game Boy game? No, Indy, I learned how to make them into executables. I'll be able to make it an executable, and you won't have to download the game engine. How's that sound? I just don't watch too closely, so as not to get spoiled too much. Oh, well, I appreciate the thought that you might play the game, Kixie. That's very kind of you. Alright, so this is the new room, and I have the least memory of this room. But I remember the hand, I remember the web, I remember the crack, and I remember the things. That's... Oh, the blood is missing, the blood is missing. Almost caught myself there. So we know that the new one's working, so that's cool. This room's new to me too. I don't really remember all of the normalities. Or this one. Oh, but I remember the doorknob. The doorknob. It's a good one. The game feels complete now. It just needs to be more difficult, I think. Or even put in a difficulty mode and also balance so it's not... The answer is like almost always yes right now, and I need to change that. Because you could just go through and hit yes a whole bunch and possibly get it right. Oh, on the ceiling. Maybe I should just not say what it is, so that way people feel more inclined to play themselves. When I find the normality, I'll just be like, oh, I found it. And I have not found it. But yeah, since this is a game jam game, part of the rules is that it has to be free. I could always change the price after the game jam, but it's such a small game that I don't think it really deserves a price tag. But then it probably won't make it to Steam since it costs $100 to put a game on Steam. Wait, I didn't find anything, but there's got to be something I missed. I don't know what it was, but there was something that I missed. See, I shouldn't be able to do that. I shouldn't be able to say, well, it's mostly yes, so I'm just gonna choose yes. That should be against the rules. I love the snake hiding in the corner. The painting actually works pretty well there. I'm glad that I put all that effort into it. I was doodling on that for quite a bit of this stream. I didn't see anything. Oh, but I got it wrong. I missed something in my own game. So maybe I leave easy mode like this, and we make a hard mode that increases the number. I think maybe that's what I should be doing. So let's do that. I should see... Oh, Johnny sent me a message. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to read what they wrote real quick so I wasn't ignoring something important or anything like that. Alright, so we want to make a hard mode. So we've got the options, we definitely need to adjust it. So let's load up the options image here. It's in here somewhere. Menu, options menu. Here we have it. So we've got our handy dandy grid. So we're going to need more space. Excuse me. And we'll just drag it down to there. I think all we need is one line. So we'll just pull that up like that. Do that. And then I don't know if this is all gonna fit, to be honest. Let's make a new layer. And we'll say, oh, let's get the right color here. We'll do text, we'll do, I think we want it to be 10, not 8. And then we'll do difficulty? How do you spell difficulty? Difficulty, like that. Difficulty. So we have room for 1, 2, 3 letters. Maybe if we put a colon right after it, that'll work. Difficulty. Did I spell that right? I need to double check my spelling on this. Difficulty. It looks like I spelled it right. But also, it looks like it should be capital. So like, let's do that. Difficulty. And we still got room for the colon. Maybe not. Colon, there we go. Because we've only got 4 letters and they have to like be jammed right next to it. So we'll do, we'll make another layer and we'll say, we'll say easy. And we'll put that against the edge there so we're not reusing any letters. These are all unique tiles here, so that works. And then we can swap them out for med for medium and hard. I think people will understand med. Maybe we'll put a period afterwards. Alright, so that means we need to get our tile swap variable up, or tile swap background up. We do have an ad starting soon, sorry about that. I'm gonna work right through it, but I don't think you'll miss too much. Backgrounds. Tile swap, we got this here. So yeah, we'll, we have that, but we want it to be this color. So I'm just gonna make a new layer and we'll say easy, and we're doing it against the right wall. Oh wait, shit, I messed that up. Easy, Medium. And I don't like the period like that. Also, it seems so big. It doesn't need to be that big. Medium, maybe right there. And then hard. But maybe we do another one that says how many days there are, right? We could do it in parentheses, so that way you know you can't select it. Oh, but also, how are we gonna get the selector down there? Alright, maybe this isn't what we do. Maybe we're not onto the right thing here. Let's do days instead. It's more explicit. Days. I guess we'll just do days. Alright, what about number of days? Number of days. And then we can put a space. And then we'll do yeah, we've got room for one of these. So it needs to be unique, but we'll just use this one for now. We could do a colon. Let's just draw that. And then, so these need to be unique, so we'll just do that. You know what, let's give it that because it looks better. Yeah, and then these two tiles need to be unique as well, so we'll put numbers in there. We'll say 10, since that's how it's gonna start, but also that's the wrong color, so let's fix that. And it doesn't, these tiles don't get used anywhere else, so they're already unique. Yep, that's what we want. And we're not going to go into the 100th place, so we don't need any more spaces, so that'll be fine. And now for the tile swap, instead of using easy, medium, and hard, we just have some numbers in there, right? So we can do 10, we need 10, and then maybe 15 and 20? Or even 20 and 30. Put a hat on me. Is that working? You know what? I might have forgotten to do something on Mix It Up to make that work. Oh, no, it's working. But I just realized that I didn't check that thing on services. Sometimes it automatically connects to OBS, and other times it doesn't. And it looks like it's connected, so that works. I don't know how that works. Love the hat. Thank you. That's got my my studio's logo on it. Which is also my initials. There's a R and an O. But yeah, it's a stylized R, right? But yeah, we've got a few different hats. I actually want to make some more. I'm gonna come up with a list of hats. You got any hats you want to see on me? We can make the list right now. Indy, think of hats. Hats, go. Faster, Indy, faster. I need hats. Need hats. Jester? Jester hat? I'm trying. I'm trying hat. That's not a hat. That's not gonna work. But jester hat, that works. That's a hat. Faster, Indy, faster. Think of hats. Think of hats. You're not very good at this game. That's okay. We'll keep it. We'll keep it on here. A fez. Is that cultural appropriation, Indy? Is that even allowed? All right. We'll put it on there. But we'll spell it like the game. Maybe we'll make it look like a pixel art one. You should be fine, Rick. I should be fine. We're worried about you at this point, Indie Maniac. What's next? An Eskimo hat? An Indian headband? Come on, Indy. Get real. Alright. We need the number 10, so we'll do that. Again, it's the wrong color. And the background we can easily adjust. Also, how many days is too many, Indy? Do you think 30 is way too many? A yarmulke? Are we going for that now? Are we just trying to offend people? Besides, it's basically already a yarmulke, right? What about one of those Canadian hats? You know what I'm talking about? Canadian hat. Is fez something religious? I don't know. I don't know. Is fez hat religious? While not universally considered a religious item, the fez hat has a strong history intertwined with both Ottoman affiliation and to some extent Islamic orthodoxy. Are fez hats cultural appropriation? Wearing a fez is generally not considered cultural appropriation, as it is not typically associated with a specific group or culture in a way that would be considered disrespectful or harmful. However, the term fez and its cultural significance can be nuanced and vary across different regions and time periods. Alright, so you're safe on that one. What about the Canadian hat? Canadian hat. Well, that's not the hat I'm looking for. Winter hat. With ear flaps. Wow, they're just not coming up with the hat that I'm looking for. We'll just put ear flaps. Ear flaps. Just like that, the hat, Rick, I saw someone wear one in a movie and it seemed okay to do. What? Just like the hat, Rick, I saw someone wear it in a movie and it seemed okay to do. I don't get it. I imagine that's funny in some way, but I don't get it. A fez. Oh, a fez hat. Okay, okay. We've already got the Indiana Jones style hat, which I actually used JoJo's as a reference for, believe it or not. And alright, so Indy, is 30 too many for days? Is 30 too many days? Should we do 15 and 20 or 20 and 30 for medium and hard mode? What do you think? You're the expert on normalities. 10 is easy. Should it be 15 and 20 or 20 and 30? I think 20 and 30. Oh wait, we don't actually need that one. And then this one will be 30, which we don't, again, we don't need the 0. I don't know why I keep doing that. I mean, you could always change it based on player feedback. 20 and 30 seems fine to me, though. I can't change it before the game jam. I mean, I guess I could get testers. It's so far along now that I could actually get testers before the game jam. That's actually a fair point. But yeah, let's put the 0 before the 1 so I don't lose my mind here. All the feedback is going to be like, there should definitely be 50, not 49. Alright, so now we've got 0, 1, 2, 3 for 10, 20, and 30. We can save this. We'll export it. We'll export it over the one we've already got. We'll find it in our folder here. So this is the 1. We'll copy it. We'll paste it into our other folder here. And then we want to finish the options menu. So this should actually be good. So we'll go ahead and save it and export it as. Oh wait, no, we don't want to export it. We already saved it. We don't need to do anything more with that. I think that was in here. This one, so we'll copy it. We'll put it over here. Here. Replace. So Indy, you're gonna test my game before the game jam is done? That's in like less than 3 months. I can't believe I'm not even 15 days into the game jam and I'm nearly done with it. But that's okay. We can work on other stuff then. I'm not trying to take forever on a game. Alright, so we've got all that. We've got it in the right folder. We've got this now, so we need to make some changes. You are going quick. It's a quick game, to be fair. It's been like a really easy development cycle. It's very straightforward. Even like the thing that I thought was going to be difficult, coming up with all of the permutations, if you will, all the variants, I thought that was going to be a big pain in the ass, like it was for Demon Fish Dead Ahead, and no, it's not. It's actually way easy. I'm just using one variable and deciding whether it is there or not, and if it's there, then we send it there, and if it's not, then we send it here. And yeah, so it's been way easier than I expected, to be honest. I need a sip on this water. There's a wild Zoruya in chat. Pokey catch. Alright, so we've got all of these replaced tiles. We need a new one, or we need to move that one over, and we need a new one. So this one gets to go there. We need a new one. And this one goes the other way on this one. So what I'm doing here is I'm replacing these unique tiles that I placed on either side of the selections, and I'm replacing them with a blank tile. Wait, what happened there? Oh, I was on the wrong one. So these tiles are getting replaced with a blank tile, so that way when you look at the screen, as soon as it opens up, the first thing it does is turn these black. But they're still unique in the VRAM. The VRAM is the graphics, right? So what we do next is we've got these switches. So this is for the BGM. and this one is for the sound effects. So we do need to make another one here, and so we'll make another, and we'll just copy the ones that we got, and then we need to change them. And so we need to make a new variable, and it's going to be called number of days total. So there's no confusion there, very explicit. Number of days total, and we're going to set that to 10. Or no, if we, this is a number of options. We've got 3 options. Wait a second, what am I doing here? So this is number of days total UI. Right? So this is just for the UI. So then we want to, wait, is it? No, we don't need it to be. We don't need it to be. We can just set it to be number of days total. All right, so it's got 3 options. We don't want these there. What we do want is, if it's set to 1, we'll do variable value. Am I doing this right? BGM off, SFX off. Oh yeah, I see what's going on here. So when it's set to 1, we want to replace the tiles. So we can actually, we'll grab this event for now, and we want to replace not these tiles, and we only need 2 tiles replaced, but we want to replace this tile with a 1. Did we go too far? Oh, you know what? I did something wrong here. I put the tile set in this folder, and it's not actually supposed to be there. So we're gonna cut it from there, and we're going to put it in this folder, because that's where it's supposed to be. Replace it there. I was like, why isn't it there? So now when we go, it goes to on, and then it's got the 0. So we want the 1, and then for this one, we're going to scooch it over the 0, and we're going to change it to 0. And the reason why we're doing this is because if you set the options to 10, and then leave, and then come back and set it to 1, we want to make sure that it sets it to 1. Actually, honestly, this might not be necessary, but we're going to do it again 3 more times, so it doesn't really matter. So this one is if the value is set to 2, and that one's if it's set to 3. So if it's set to 2, we're going to set this to 20. And then we're going to do the same thing for here, and we're going to set this one to 30. So we're gonna rename these groups so they're not confusing. Shit. We're gonna rename these groups by clicking and pressing backspace instead of highlighting with the mouse, because that doesn't work apparently. We're gonna call it set to 30. We're gonna rename this one set to 20. And we're gonna rename this one set to 10. So that way there's no confusion. You can always come back and know what these are doing without having to dig around and figure it out. So that is to make sure every time you leave and come back, it goes to what it's set to. Alright, so now we need to set these up buttons and down buttons to have one more option. Alright, so right now they've got 3 options, but there should be 4. Alright, so options UI menu 2, options menu, UI 0, 1, and then 3. It's a little confusing, but they're just set up funny, and it doesn't make a difference. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it here, and we'll set it to 3. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll set this to 4 because there's now 4 options. 0, 1, 2, 3. And then we'll copy this, paste it here, and set this to 3 also. It's really confusing because this one's 0 and 1, and this one's 1 and 2, and this one's 2 and 0, and this one's 3 and 3, but it should work fine. And then we've got the A, B button. So this one needs 4 options also. So when it's set to 0, it sets the BGM. When it's set to 1, it sets the sound effects. When it's set to 3, or to 2, it goes to exit. And that should actually be fine. But I think we might need to switch some things because it's gonna do it backwards. We want exit to happen last, so we're gonna set that to 0, 1, 2, and this needs to be 3. So we're gonna set the exit to 3, and now number of days is going to be a switch. We're gonna copy this switch, we're gonna paste it, and we're just gonna adapt it. So instead of this, we want number of days total. Number of options, we want 3. And so when it's 0, that's gonna be easy mode. So we can actually put a comment in to make it easier on us, so we know exactly what's going on. Easy mode, 10 days. This we don't need. This we want to change. So we only need 2. So we'll delete that, and we'll just do what we did before. We could copy paste things, but it's so little, so small that it really doesn't make a difference. We can just easily adjust what we've got, and we'll change this to 0. So that's easy, 10 days. And then we'll rename it to set to 10 days. Alright, so we can copy this, paste it here, copy this, paste it here, and then delete this, delete that, and then we've got medium, 20 days. And then we'll set this to 2, and this one can stay 0. We'll paste it again and copy this one, paste that one. We'll set it to hard, 30 days. We'll rename this one so it's not confusing. Set it to 20. We'll rename this one, set it to 30. And then we'll actually set it to 30. Alright. But there's something else we need to do here. Right? Or no? Yeah. Wait. That's the sound effects, and this is the number of days. So we need to increment every time you hit the button here. So we need to increment number variable by 1. We'll go days total. So we'll increment it but then we need to also check to see where it's at. So we'll do a switch again, and we'll say number of days total and 3. Oh wait, we put that backwards here. So this one needs to go there. This one's empty. We want it to be number of days total, and there should be 3. All right, so if it's at 1, we want to increment it. That's easy. Copy it. If it's at 2, we want to increment it. Oh wait, actually we want this to be 0, this to be 1, and this to be 2. I know that's a little confusing, but that's okay. So we want to increment until we get to 2, in which case we want to send it back to 0. So value, variable set to value, and we want number of days, or days without, or number of days total set to 0. So that way you can only go up, but when you get to 10 it sets it back to 0. So that should work. And then it displays the correct day. So hopefully this works. Let's give it a shot. It might not, it might break. Oh, there was something else we need to do. We need to set this to do that. Let's cancel the build because that is not going to work. So we've got this and that. We've got this. What we need is wait, did we already do it? What changes the UI? Oh, this thing. That's what we need. So on update, we need to change this to 4. Alright, so if it gets to we actually want to change this to 3. If it gets to 3, we want to move things. Alright, so first of all, this one this one needs to be moved for sure. There's that. That one is already off, so let's just delete that. That's just confusing. This one's fine. This one needs to be moved. A wild Sunkern in chat. And alright, so we've got the switch here. It's checking to see, this is going to move the UI selector is what it's doing. So we want a timer that makes it blink. That's what that does. So that just makes it blink. This one replaces them all black. So we need another one. Oh yeah, because it doesn't replace this one with black because it starts selected. So we'll make another one here, we'll paste it here, and we'll set it to this one. Alright, so that replaces all of these 3 with black. And then if timer on, it makes it blink there. Yeah, so that, wait. Oh, I see. Yeah, we needed that because it did something funny. I can't really remember. But yeah, these ones is to replace all of the other ones. So if one's selected, we need to replace all of the other ones. So we'll make another thing here. We'll drag it down to there. Alright, and then this is timer on and replace the other ones. I see why that was there. So this one and this one get replaced. So copy that, we'll paste this. Also, the last one needs to be replaced. But I'm not sure if this is accurate anymore. Oh yeah, this is fine because yeah. So what we want to do is copy this, paste it here, and then copy this one and paste it here. But we need to move things around here. So now, oh wait, that one had an issue and I didn't realize it. This one needs to be there. And this one needs to be there. Now we need to replace all of the other black tiles. So not this one, but this one and that one and those two. This one we don't need it, so we can get rid of it. And that should work. Now we should be good. I know that was a little bit confusing. It's kind of an advanced thing. We're using like UI with tile swapping, where you could actually just use a sprite to do it, but you get more colors. We literally did that for one more color. But since I know how to do it, it's not that confusing to me. But if you were like just learning the software, you could definitely just use a sprite or an actor to actors and sprites. I use that interchangeably. Actors use sprites, but sprites aren't fully actors. Actors have different things, but they use a sprite, right? There's basically backgrounds and then actors which use sprites, and then there's triggers which don't have sprites. Triggers just have collisions. All right, so let's turn off the music while we do this. And so this works. We'll go to options. All right, so there's an issue there. It's wrapping to the wrong spot. So that sucks. But now if we hit this button, it's only changing to 10 and 20, so that's an issue. I'm hitting it third time and it just goes to 20. So there's definitely an issue there. We could also change it so using left and right changes the options also, which might be something that people want, but we need a way to get to exit, otherwise the game is soft locked. So I made a mistake somewhere, probably in all of that confusion, but we're going to figure it out. So in the scene, because you can put scripts on the scene itself and you can put scripts on the actor itself. In the scene, what we're going to do is look for where this switch is, and we want it to, oh, so this should be at 3. That's the issue. We had it set to 4. When you add the number of options, it thinks that you're starting at 1, but I had already changed it to start to 0, and it added a 4th option when we needed a 3rd option because we started at 0. So we need to make sure that that's happening for the down button also. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I had done it right on that one and wrong on the first one. So, but that's interesting because it did not wrap the way that it was supposed to. Oh, I think this one is supposed to be 3 and this one is supposed to be 0. Yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to be. And then let's make sure we're doing it right on this one. So we go up at 0, it goes to 2. We want that to go to 3. So that's an issue there. If it's up at 1, we want it to go to 0. If it's up at 2, we want it to go to 1. If it's up at 3, we want it to go to 2. So yeah, I just hadn't thought about the logic of that yet, and now we have. But we can actually just select this one to make right and up. Oh wait, no, we don't want that. We want right to do the same thing as E. So we've got this one. So what we can do is make this go right, and then we'll have to make a copy of it and set things separately for the left one, because everything is the same except for oh, that's not left, that's left. Everything's the same except for the end, this, or the new thing that we just added. We want it to go the other way, so it'll be decrement. All the other ones is just 2 options, so it doesn't matter, but this one it will matter. So we're gonna change this to decrement. So decrement variable, number of days. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it here, delete that one, paste it here, and delete, oh wait, that's actually not what we want. We want to set this to 30. Oh, wait a second. No, we want to set it to 3, because 3 equals 30. That's confusing, but it works. If we were doing it the exact number, then it would be more difficult. We'd have to change it instead of using decrement. It actually wouldn't be that more difficult. It would just be something we'd have to change everything. But we are using this. What is this? So if it's at 2 and we hit the, wait, no, we want it to go less. So if it's at 2 and we hit left, we want it to go to 1. If it's at 0 and we hit left, then we want it to go to, so this one would get decrement, and this one, I see what happens there. We have to switch them. So this one would go to 3. If it's at 0, wait a second. That's not right, because there's only 3 options. We want to start at 1, then 2, and then 3, and then we need to do the same thing for the other one too. That's why it wasn't going to the right number. All right. So that's that one. We want this one. So we started at 0. We want to start this one at 1, 2, and then 3. Oh, that's weird that it's like that, but that's what we want. And then this one, we want this one to be 1, 2, and 3. So that's why it was getting weird and only doing 20, and then hitting the button again wasn't doing anything, but it was behind the scenes. It just wasn't doing it on screen. So I think it should be working now. We'll try it again, and there could be issues. You never know. I can't believe it's already 120 already. Time flies. Alright, now let's test this options menu. Alright, we can get to exit, so that's good. Exiting exits. Oh, we hit the start button. There's no way back. So maybe that's an issue. Maybe we need to make a pause menu. That wouldn't be impossible. Actually, that'd be pretty easy. That's probably what we should do. Alright, so number of days, we'll hit the button. Nothing happens. Well, that's disappointing. Alright, so clearly something's still wrong. So when UI menu item equals 4, that's the issue. That doesn't happen. It goes 0, 1, 2, 3. So, oh wait, no, that's 4 options. So when it's equal to 3, change it to, so 0, 1, 2, 3. So when it's at 2, number of days, switch 3 options. If it's 1, the number of days increments. Oh, and then we need to tell it to update. So it was changing, but it just wasn't updating. Interesting. So for some reason, we've got it in 2 different switches, and it shouldn't be. It should be in 1 switch. I don't know why I did that. It made sense at the time, but we're going to put it into 1 switch. So we've got increment number by 1, so we'll go ahead and so if it's set to 1, we're gonna set it to 20. Oh, maybe it would be cooler if it did work that way. I don't know why it wouldn't, to be honest. We do a switch to set the number, and then we do a switch to replace the tiles. Why is that not working? Hold on, we need music. Alright, so number of days total. If number of days total equals 1, then we increment number of days total. If it's equal to 2, then we increment it. If it's equal to 3, then we set it to 0. And then we run a switch with number of 3 options. Number of options 3, number of days total. So if the number of days total equals 1, then we replace it with that. If it equals 2, then we replace it with that. If it equals 3, then we replace it with that. And if it equals, then this one's working. I'm a little bit confused why it's not working, but all these other ones just have 1 switch, so maybe you can't run 2 switches in a row on the same variable? Alright, so there's a way we can debug this. If we just throw a dialogue event in there, then we'll say set to 10 days. And we'll copy this, and we'll throw it in each of these. But I don't think it's actually getting to this point. Otherwise we'd be seeing it here. So maybe this isn't the best way to do it. But if we do it at the end of this, or if we do it between, and then we say, we go number of days left equals, and then we throw in a variable. Whoops, that's not how you do that. A variable, number of days total. Then we should be able to see, it'll go over, but if we get rid of the space, it won't. It never gets to 100, so we don't have to worry about that. Not to mention this is a debug log essentially. So we'll try it again and see how far it gets with the dialogues. and this is pressing the right A, B, or start button on this. All right. So we're going to options. Go there. Go to number of days. Number of days left equals 0. Interesting. Number of days left equals 0. I think I know what's happening. We're not setting it to 1 when we should at the beginning. Actually, at the beginning of the game, we should do that. So we'll say variable value, and then we'll say number of days total equals 1. It starts at 0, so we're making it start at 1, and that should actually fix the issue, believe it or not. It was at 0, so it didn't know what to do. It only knew what to do when it was at 1. I forgot to put it at 1, and if it's at 0, nothing happens. So, pretty sure that's gonna fix the issue. Sometimes it's the little things that catch you up. It's weird. Alright, so we've got our thing. Turn off the music. Now this time it's gonna work. We're gonna go here, we're gonna hit the button. Number of days left equals 2. Set to 20 days. Number of days left equals 3. Set to 30 days. Number of days left equals 0. No, we want to set it to 1. So we still have a mistake there. Because my brain was halfway on, halfway off, and we're gonna put it all the way on here. So first of all, we can get rid of these dialogues. We no longer need them. They helped, but we don't need them. And the switches, 2 switches in a row is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is we need to set it to 1 instead of 0. And then we need to do the same thing for the left button also. So when it's 0, yeah, so that's fine. It's this other switch here. This one goes 1, 2, 3. This one should actually be fine. So when it's set to 1 and we hit the left button, which is the same as down, then, or like decrement, then we change it to 3, which is the highest it can be. And then if it's at 2, we decrement it to 1. If it's at 3, then we decrement it by 1 to 2. So it never gets to 0, right? Because if it's set to 1, we set it to 3. Instead of setting it to 0, we set it to 3. So that should actually work fine. We'll test it again, and I think this time we got it. Of course, it doesn't actually do anything for the game yet. This is all cosmetic at this point, but we want the user experience to be solid. That's important. It'll be pretty easy to make the next change. We do have to do some tile swapping on the scene that shows how many days are left. So there is that. But one step at a time, 1 foot before the other, right? So we're gonna hit number of days, 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30. If we go left or right, we get 30, 20, 30, 20, 30. I'm hitting it, but it's not doing anything, so that's an issue. 1, 2, 3. So left is working, or right is working, but left is not working. So there is an issue there. So I overlooked something. All right, so we're gonna go to I think it's this one here. Yeah, left. So we don't need this, we don't need that, and then we don't need, oh wait, we do want that. So 2. All right, so number of days left, or number of days total. There's 3 options. If it's at 1, we set it to 3. If it's at 2, we decrement it by 1, which makes it equal 1. Why isn't that happening? If it's at 3, we decrement it. Maybe we just messed up here. Ah, we did. So when it's set to 1, it's set to 10 days. When it's set to 2, it's set to 20 days. And when it's set to 3, it's set to 30 days. That was the mistake there. Alright, so we fixed that. Now we can start worrying about that other thing. If we go to the very end, this thing here has this tile here. We actually need to swap this tile now, so it says 20, 30, etc. So we need to make new tiles for that. We don't necessarily need those tiles because they're pretty easy to recreate. But if we take a look, all right, so the background needs to be this color. Oops. That color. And then we'll take another look and it's white and it's against the ground, right? Or no, it's not. If we click on the scene and then we go to this and then hit this button, we can get a better look. All right, so there is... Alright, maybe we should just grab the art so it's a little bit easier to see. It's just easier than fiddling with it. So we've got... Oh, this isn't the right room. That's not the right one. Open... We want... correct in a row room. This one. Alright, so we want this tile. So we're going to copy it. We're going to paste it here. Oh, we want the right layer. Of 10, so that one, we'll copy it, we'll paste it here, and so that's 10. We actually don't need this tile because it's already there, but what we do need is to make it say 20. And 30. So there we have it, 20 and 30. It looks kind of funny, but the only other option would be to change it so it goes like this, and that doesn't look good either. So we'll just do that. Well, I guess what we could do is this. That actually looks much better. Alright, so that means we need to change this to that so it matches. And we should probably change this to that also. Alright, that's what we're doing. We're gonna save this. We're gonna export it. Oops. Export as I click on the right thing. We'll do that. We'll paste or save over it. Now here we're gonna find it in our GB Studio arts, front rooms, back rooms, backgrounds, and correct in a row PNG. Copy that one. We're gonna paste it into our backgrounds folder in the project. We're gonna paste that there. Replace the destination. Yep. Alright, so now we've got that, and then we need the tile swap. So that now has those two. We'll save it. We'll export it. Actually, yeah, we'll export it as that, over that. We'll find it here. There it is. We'll copy it. Now we'll paste it to the tile sets folder. So we'll paste it here, over that one. All right. So now we need to do tile swapping here. So we'll go here. We want the initialization function of the scene, which it doesn't have, but we do have one on here. So we'll do it here. We're already updating it for the days without fail. Now we're updating the of days. All right, so we'll make a switch, which honestly this could have been a switch also, but doesn't really make a difference. And then here we're going to say total, total days, number of days total. How many options? There are 3 options. So 1, 2, and 3 are the options. That's correct. Those are the only options. All right, so here we're going to say tile swap, replace tile at position, and we want to find the position of the tile that we're swapping out, that we're replacing. So it's going to be that one there, and then we need to find the tile that we're swapping it with. And actually this one doesn't get one, so we delete the event there. Or let's cancel that. We'll find the right one for the next one and we'll copy and paste it. How about that? So we got 20, copy, delete, paste it here, and then we'll paste it here. Why isn't that working? Paste it here and that. So yeah, we don't need to replace it on the first one because it's already there. But if it's 2, we want it to set that to 20. And if it's 3, we want to set it to 30. So that's how that works. We're going to put this switch at the top so it happens right away. We can do this after that. Yeah. Alright, so that should fix it. Now we test it. Oh, wait. There's one other thing. We need to tell it to not go to you win, depending on what's up, right? So this is just days without fail equals 10. So we need to say if total days, if value compare with value, I'm sorry. And then we want total days equals 1. Then we do that. So we'll copy this event, we'll paste it here. If it's 2, and then not equal to 20, and that should take care of it because there's an else statement at the end. So we'll copy this, paste it, and now we do if it's equal to 3 total days and then not equal to 30 because there's an else statement at the end. If it is equal to 30, it takes us to the you win scene. But we probably want to make 3 different you win scenes so that way there's like a reason to win. But right now we don't have the art for that, so that might actually be the next thing we do. But also that's going to be a pain to test, but we can cheat to make sure it happens. But yeah, we've got an ad starting soon, and it's time for me to take a bathroom break, so that's what we're going to do. I'll see you shortly. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. So we are going to test this real quick. It should be really easy to test, and then we're going to go into Demon Fish Dead Ahead and do some testing there. Excuse me. Alright. We're going to set the options to number of days 20. And then we're going to hit start. Then we're going to rush to the end. We're going to hit no. Oh, there is a mistake. So when I did that, I forgot to put that line above it. Because if we look closely, there's a line above it. Alright, so that should fix that if I just save it and export it again. If I can do anything right here. We'll export that again. We will find it in our backgrounds, copy it from here, paste it to our tile sets, replace it there. And now if we do a quick build again, we'll see that it's working. Should be so quick, I don't even need to turn on the music. Alright, here we are. We're going to hit the button. Hit the button. Oh, I hit the wrong button. And hit this button, and then... Oh. So this is all working. This button's working. This button's working. Although... it might be better if the Z button goes backwards, or the B button and the A button do different things, but it's not that big of a difference. It's not that big of a deal. We could change that, but anyway, so we'll set it to 20. Alright, we'll set it to 30. And then we'll go to start. We'll run to the end. We'll hit no. And we got 1 of 30. That room's clear. That room's missing a bone. So then we can cheat here. What we can do is pull up the build log, or I mean pull down the build log and change the days without fail to 30. And it won't change the number, but if we open the door, it goes to you win. So that works. We could quickly check 20, but I'm confident that it's gonna work. So let's just save it. We'll call it a day on this one and move on to Demon Fish Dead Ahead real quick. And we'll be actually kind of playing the game a little bit here. So should be fun. Should be a good time. Alright, so we are going to probably just hit the button. I think everything's good. I don't think there's anything we really need to fix yet. Maybe we'll find things. We're gonna cheat, so that'll make the game easier. Oh. This one takes a little bit longer to build, but it's still fairly quick, especially compared to Pyrotoad. All right. Let's give it some funky colors. Never decide. That one looks pretty funky. I'm gonna get my controller out. Been using this keyboard way too long. We're going to head to the options real quick. Don't tell anyone. Then we're gonna start a new expedition. So Demonfish Take Initiative is not 3 tall. That was something that we tried to fix. Text Gen 4 not 3 tall. Demonfish Take Initiative. I think that might be all of them. Gen 1 also. So yeah, I think that, because some of the feedback that I got was that it should all be 3 tall, and then I started centering the text. It actually took a long time to do, but I missed some because there was so many. Get rid of that cursor. Apparently I didn't cheat right. So I've only got 43 health. Let's get out of here. Skedaddle. Let's cheat the right way. Apparently you can't cheat from the start menu. You have to cheat from in-game. So you can see I have a lot more life now. So we're just gonna run. We're mostly checking the audio because I added new music tracks. So we need to get to a harder fish zone, like this one, and test the audio here. Although we actually already did test the audio for this one last time we played. But that's not an issue. And we recently lowered the volume of the music so that way you could better hear the fish, and that seems to be working. There's a wild Zeb striker in chat. See if I can't catch that. While I catch these demon fish. Second is caught. So now I'm marking all the UI that's not 3 tall. All right. Alright, let's go to a harder fish zone. Oh. This is a 3. How am I just listening to music? Alright, so now we want to go to a 4 zone. Probably don't need this, but I think the next 4 zone is over a little bit. The nearest 4 zone. Get in the zone. The 4 zone. Controller's bugging out on me. Oh, that's a 3 zone. I thought it was a 4 zone. There's a 4 zone up here, though. I think. No, I missed it. I don't know my way around this map very well. The double cast. I still don't know why it makes the sound twice sometimes, but it does. Also, did it not do damage there? Because I thought it was gonna die. Why did it live? And it's attacking the wrong fish. Alright, so I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget. Yeah, this one. In Gen 2 Fish Zone 4 battle with 3 fish, attacked fish or what? Chose fish 1 but attacked fish 2. And maybe that'll help me figure out what the hell's going on here. So I thought we fixed this issue. It attacked fish 1 that time. But it definitely attacked fish 2. Because it would make more sense to attack the 3rd fish than the 2nd fish. Oh, they're dodging my attacks. I would like to get the gaslighting the player bug out of there because people notice. They don't like that. Alright, time to fight the boss. We've tested all of the audio on this level. We've cheated to be good enough. You're going down, Overlord. Did I mark these bugs down on the boss? Yeah, no, those are all marked down. Alright. I thought I did. Oh, I attacked the wrong one. That's not good. And I did actually make the crits happen less often, so if you brace, it's actually more useful now. Of course, I just took another crit right after I said that I made the crits happen less often, so they still happen. So 1 and 2 have 200 and 3 and 4 have 220, so we're gonna go with 1. We're gonna try bracing. Well, there goes our brace. Let's try casting at number 1 again. I just thought of something. We should save as soon as you enter this world. Or at least ask the player if they want to save, because if you were to die here, it would take you back to right before you beat the boss. I'm gonna write that down in a note also. We're gonna get the heck out of here. Then we're gonna see what we caught. So we caught 3 beardfish, 1 spike, 1 ely, 0 eyes, 2 floppies, 0 stagfish, 1 toothy, 1 froggy, 0 dead eyes, 0 squidlies, 0 blobfish, 0 syphils. And if we hit, oh, I hit the wrong button. You hit select. Oh, that's not right either. Caught. You hit select. It says their name. Cheeks. Zebrafish. There's a wild hoot hoot in chat. Or is it a hoot hoot? I think it's a hoot hoot. We got one the maw. I made these all with my mouth on stream. Very exciting. Wait, there's a save spot over there. Oh. Zebras. They look friendly, but they're not. One zebra. We can handle one zebra with full health. Yeah, like a bird. Why does one only have 40? What's up with that? Does it really only have 40? So this is Gen 3. Oh yeah, that's a mistake. It's missing 100 health. No, I'm like clicking on it, like what the hell? So Squidly in position 1 of 4 fish battle only has 40, should have 140. Well, that was an easy Squidly. Everything looks okay here. I think we're safe to run. Cheeks. We got cheeks. No, no, no. We got another easy squiddly. So I think we should cheat at this point. We'll have to test it more. Obviously, there's some things that I missed. But I want to test the boss. So, I think the location. Oh, explore points. That's what we want. Explore points. Lev 2 needs to equal 7. Because the max is actually that. I stopped using, I made that variable, but I didn't end up using it because they both have the same max, so it doesn't really make a difference. So if we go back now and then leave, the boss should have appeared, and I am trying to remember where. It's somewhere in the middle. Maybe just south of here. I wish there was a way to like look at the map. Maybe that's a feature that needs to occur. Of course, it'd be really hard to fit all of this detail into a map. But I guess you could make a life-size map and then just like, you know, move a cursor around instead of the boat. And then have like a boat on the screen that says you are here. So maybe we write this down. Maybe a map is a good idea. Of course, then it would be a lot easier to find the locations, but the hard part's getting to them and getting back. Maybe we could obscure what the location is on the map, so that way you can see where they are, but you don't know what it is until you get there. And then maybe we could replace them with the actual art once you've found them. So that way you don't need to go back to it to remember it. There's a wild Shinx in chat. Blah blah do bad. I don't know where the boss is. It's around here somewhere. Was that it? Oh no, that's the crab claw. No, it's not that. The fish chased us. Well, we can't find any more locations because it'll add to our location thing. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure we're at 7. We need to find the boss. I'm gonna cheat to find the boss because I'm really not, I don't remember where I put it. I've never gotten there before. I moved it there and just kind of forgot about it. Not that one. Oh, it's right here. So we're actually right next to it. I was going the right way. Should be right over there. So many fish battles. Should be right here. Seven of 7. Find the Underlord. Underlord should be here. Initialization. If boss 2 dead equals 0, disable collisions, set sprite sheet to 0. Okay, so we never put in the script to make it appear. So that's not, oh wait. Yeah. Oh wait, else we haven't enabled the boss. That's what we didn't do. Okay, so now if we just go to the options and then go back, boom, there's the boss. boss is huge, by the way. I like it that way. I think it works well. Battle the Underlord, yes we will. It didn't refresh our health. I thought it was supposed to, but maybe not. But if we kill one of these arms, it should. So the arms blink off because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see which one you're hitting. I kind of wish that I could just turn one off, but that's a lot of code. So maybe we need to... Maybe we just need to bite the bullet on that and figure out which one you're attacking and turn off the other. Or at least take another look at the code, because it definitely looks not great. No, it didn't give me didn't give me new life or any life. Oh, they dodged it. XP is 105. That wasn't enough XP either. Gas was dodged. That ain't good. $15 damage. That's not good at all. I don't know why I only did 15. I'm gonna have to write that down. That time it took 83. I could still win. It's close. I think I got him. You did it. Nice work. Yarg. Keep sailing and fish all you'd like. Forever. the boss stays after you kill him, so that's kind of an issue. Alright, well, we found a lot of bugs. We are going to die. But we're gonna brace ourselves for it. There we have it. The end of the game. I don't think it's gonna happen. Anyways, so there's still some work that needs to be done on this, clearly. It's fun, I'm enjoying it, but it is late, it is 2:30, so I think we're going to find someone to raid. Give me a minute while I do that, and let's search if we have anyone new first. Oh, Kixie, thank you for the raid message. It'll take me a second to find someone, so... Pixel art. I wrote pixel raid instead of pixel art because I was speaking. Oh, Taco Crepe is streaming. Peanut is streaming. Those seem to be our only pixel art ones. Electric Mindset is streaming, but we just raided them last night. Let's see if there's any game or GB Studio. Probably not. There never is. No. And then let's do software and development. See if there's anyone that looks interesting. Let's see here. Well, nothing looks crazy cool. So let's raid Peanut. We haven't raided Peanut in a while. We did just raid Taco Crypt the other day. I'm sure they would appreciate the raid, but we did. If we're going in rotations here, Peanut. It's been longer for Peanut, so let's raid Peanut. Raid Peanut Punch. I think I'm spelling that right. Peanut Punch, yep. Alright, so we're going to raid Peanut Punch. Thanks everyone for all the awesomeness today. Very much appreciate it. Sitefix for the raid. And Forsaken Dabs for the raid, and Els Dragoon for the raid. For the raid of 43 people. That was very, very cool of them. New followers, we got Travis V. Roman, Els Dragoon, and Hypnotic Games. Thank you so much for the follows. I very much appreciate that. Kixie, thanks for being an awesome mod. Quick shout out for Kixie. She's a super supportive person. She plays indie games. She's played games on Saturday, which is tomorrow technically, because today's now Friday. But yeah, you should check out Kixie if you haven't yet. She's super cool. She's super supportive. She plays indie games. She only plays indie games. She doesn't play Fortnite. She doesn't play AAA games. I've never seen that happen. I'm not saying she won't ever, but doesn't seem like it. Anyways, thanks so much, Kixie, for being an awesome mod and for hanging out this whole time. Thank you for the shout. Absolutely, Kixie. Absolutely. And yeah, we're gonna raid Peanut, and I think we are doing that now.
Let me show you what we got done today. But yeah, and I'm here with Kachi. Say hi, Kachi. Kachi?
Yes.
Are you alive?
Yeah. Did you not hear me?
Oh no. Forgot to copy my raid
Oh.
message. Real.
I think my voice was too high.
Oh! Prepare yourself to be invaded. Hi Kixie. Hi Rick. What are you guys up to? Oh no, you guys got a TV ad over Kachi's art. The hair is where I
It's Jotaro.
Oh, that's true. Here's where I'm at. We pixeled our first flowers and trees. Coconut trees. Let me show you. I tried to pixel a coconut